I'd like to call the June 19th, 2024 Board of Selectmen's meeting to order at 6:30. Mr. Pinio, do we have a need for a non-public?
Madam Chairperson, we do. We have 3 items under reputation and 3 items under consideration of legal advice.
Okay. Next item on the agenda, the May 28th, 2024 special meeting minutes. Does anybody have any questions or any corrections?
I have one.
Okay.
The last reference on the page, Mr. Ford, second sentence, it says, "Now the fence does not looks like a better idea." I think it's supposed to be, does look like a better idea.
Okay. You want to change it to does. All righty. Any other corrections or changes? Hearing none, can I have a motion?
Move to approve the 28 May minutes as amended.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Paul, second by Dave. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Nobody's opposed. Okay, we'll move on to the first of a number of public hearings tonight. The Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, June 19th, 2024, on or before 6:30 p.m. at the Wolfeboro Town Hall Great Hall, 84 South Main Street, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, to consider an application for issuance of an alcohol beverage permit to the American Legion Post 18 for their sock hop fundraiser on June 29th, 2024 in the Pop Whalen Ice and Art Center from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m.
9 p.m.
It says 10 p.m.
All right.
Okay?
We'll
It may
let-
end, but that gives you the time to clean up.
Yeah, I'm Tom Southern with the American Legion Post 18 here in Wolfeboro. We have scheduled a sock hop for Pop Whalen. We had 2 sock hop dances in this hall the year before and the year before that, which were extremely successful. But we ran out of room. It's amazing how successful it was. So we're looking for a place where we can hold a dance indoors. The only place I could think of was Pop Whalen. And we heard Pop Whalen was looking for events to be held inside during the summer. So we're providing one. We're going to have a sock hop with a 50s band playing 50s music, and people show up in poodle skirts and leather jackets. It's just a lot of fun. I think you've seen posters all over the place, and I hope some of you will just come and join us. We're going to need to update our request. We requested to serve alcohol.
Correct.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to update that.
You're going to have a different vendor for the alcohol, am I correct?
I'm sorry?
You're having a different person do the alcohol?
I think we do,
Okay.
but I can't produce it right now, but we had to get somebody. The party we had wasn't able to follow through, so.
Okay, so you are going to get somebody who has an off-premise alcohol
Yes.
permit?
Yeah, I guess they call them an extension.
Okay.
Yeah, they seem very positive about it. As a matter of fact, we just talked to them earlier today.
Okay. All righty. I'll open the public hearing. Does anybody in the audience want to give us any public input? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board members, what would you like to do?
Tom, I'm wondering, you have 2 listed, Forest Sellers and Lone Wolf. Do you know which one bailed on you, or did they both?
Wait, I got to come over here.
So you have 2 listed, Forest Sellers and Lone Wolf.
Neither one of them are coming through.
Okay. I thought we could maybe approve it with one, and then he could come back
I
for
think,
another.
yeah.
But
Any other comments by any other board members?
Would we be able to approve this conditional upon
a acceptable vendor providing the alcohol portion of this?
We need to, we can do a contingent upon the town receiving an off-premise license of a vendor,
Right,
but it has to be an off-premise.
yep.
Yes, I've been assured they're going to provide it, so.
So we can do it that way.
Was that a motion, Brad?
Yeah, if there's no more discussion, I'll make that a motion.
Okay? Who would like to second?
Paul did.
Brian? Okay, I have a motion by Brad, seconded by Brian. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
You have your alcohol permit. Next item on the agenda is the Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, June 19th, 2024 at 6 p.m. for the acceptance of unanticipated funds for an amount awarded that is less than $10,000 in accordance with RSA 31:95-B relative to a donation of $250 to the town of Wolfeboro to use for the local youth attending the Wolfeboro Park and Rec Day Camp. Is there anybody here who would like to speak to this event?
Good evening. So Harvest Market made a donation to the Parks and Rec to sponsor some kids at day camp for $250. The Parks and Rec will reach out to folks and let them know that that scholarship is available to apply for.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to speak to accepting this gift? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. I went down to Harvest Market with the Assistant Park and Rec Director and accepted the generous donation from Harvest Market.
Second.
You called that a motion? All right.
Second.
All right. I made the motion. Paul, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All right. Motion passed. All right. Now we're going to go through a bunch of temporary events. The Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, June 19th, on or about 6:30 p.m. in the Great Hall of Wolfeboro Town Hall, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, to consider an application for the issuance of a temporary event permit for the Chamber of Commerce to host the Chamber Social on June 16th, 2024 from 4:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. at the Dockside parking lot, requesting 4 parking spaces adjacent to Avery Building, Avery Insurance Side, permit 2024-47. All righty, I'll open up the public hearing. Mary.
Mary DeVries, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a chamber social that will be hosted by Avery Insurance. It will also celebrate 125 years in business for Avery Insurance, and with limited indoor space at their office, holding this networking meeting outdoors will accommodate attendees in a more welcoming way. It does feature Chamber of Commerce members and is open to the general public. If I could first clarify one item, and then I had a new question. The time on the application for this event permit, I think I unintentionally entered 2 different times.
Okay.
And what we would like to ask for is to include the setup and breakdown 4 o'clock p.m. to 7:30 p.m.
So we'll change that 4:30 to 4.
Thank you.
Okay.
And could I
Yeah,
also...
keep going.
Okay,
You're on a roll.
All right. The location that you just described for us, we're just actually today and going through and reviewing the plans for the day. It would be wonderful. We'd appreciate that opportunity to be in that location that's on our application, but we're today asking if the board would consider us moving into Town Park. And none of the other elements would change. So the same 10 by 10 size pop-up tent will continue to be catered by Trenta Restaurant, food only, no alcohol. So again, all the elements would change, would stay the same.
So they're going to just cater food. The beer and wine is on here. Are you going to have beer and wine?
No,
Okay, so I can scratch that off. Okay.
sorry, I didn't know
No,
that was
that's
still on
fine. I
there.
just
Okay.
wanted to
Yeah.
make sure I understood what we were approving. All righty.
Are there any, just a question, are there any other events taking place in Cape Park that night?
My understanding is that yes, Wednesday next week, we welcome back the Cape Park Band. And so they would, that's one of the reason why we asked for the upper portion of the park, which is Town Park. And the meeting actually is from 5 to 6:30. So it would be the quiet breakdown time when Cape Park Band is doing their rehearsal and getting ready to perform at 7. We certainly don't want to interfere in that. So even, at any point, if the Cape Park Band, I was not able to get a hold of them today, but if at any point I do have people I can talk with there, and if they tell me that would interfere, then we wouldn't do it, certainly.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public who'd like to give any input on this temporary event permit? Hearing, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Does any other board members have any questions or concerns? So when we say Town Park, that's the upper part of the park, the Cape Park is the lower portion?
And there'll be no need to take the 4 parking spots because you're in a different location. And the setup is going to be from 4 till 7:30 setup and tear down, and the event is from
5 to 6:30.
5 to 6:30. That's what I have. Thank you.
Any other selectmen? Hearing none, does somebody want to give me a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the temporary event permit for the Chamber of Commerce to host a Chamber Social on June 26, 2024, from 4 to 7:30 p.m. at the Cape Park.
Town Park.
Town Park, I'm sorry. Permit number 2024-47.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Brad, second by Brian. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. You have your permit.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next public hearing, I'll open up the Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen to hold a public hearing on Wednesday, June 19th, 2024, on or about 6:30 in the Great Hall of Town Hall, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, to consider an application for the issuance of a temporary event permit for the Park and Rec Department to host Music in the Park on June 17th, August 19th, August 23rd, 2024, from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., and on July 2nd, 2024, from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at the Cape Park Community Bandstand Permit 2024-48. I'll open up the public hearing. Amy.
Good evening. I'm Amy Capone-Muccio. I am putting my seniors hat on for the Wolfeboro seniors. So we do this in conjunction with Parks and Rec. We did this last summer. We offered some music in the park during daytime hours for the senior crowd that doesn't like to hang out at night. And I will note one change, the June 17th show, we have changed to July 17th. We worked out some details, and we are going to use a rain space of the Whalen Ice and Art Center should there be rain. So we're still going to have the event. They could still bring their chairs, but we're going to move it over there should there be rain.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak to this temporary event permit? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. I will make one comment, and I'm correct that the income or the funds to do this is from the Cape Park Trust, and you are given it from the trustees of the trust funds.
That is correct, and the stipulation is that has to be free and open to the public, that event. So this will be free and open to the public.
Board members, anybody have any questions or concerns?
No.
Is anybody willing to give me a motion?
Move to approve a temporary event permit for the Chamber of wrong one. For the Wolfeboro Parks and Rec Department to host Music in the Park on July 17th, August 19th, August 23rd, 2024 from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. and on July 2nd, 2024 from 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at Cape Park Community Bandstand, permit number 2024-48.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Brian, a second by Dave. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You have your permit. All right, we'll go to I think this is our last public hearing. The Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on June 19th, 2024 at their meeting that begins at 8:30 in the Great Hall Town Hall, 84 South Main Street, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, to take public comment on the proposed burying of the utilities on South Main Street, downtown. That includes the relocation of the Wolfeboro Municipal Electric Department service lines underground. All right, I'll open up the public hearing. Barry, do you have some information for us?
Good evening, Barry Muccio, Wolfeboro Electric Department. I think it'd probably be best if I perhaps went through the prior presentation as well as try to answer some of the questions that came up as part of the prior presentation, and then open it up to the public, just so perhaps answers can get mitigated or not. Maybe? I got it, Barry. Yeah, maybe hit a couple of lights so we can try to see this a little better. That's good. I got it. I think that works. Even better. Okay, if you recall, about a month and a half ago, I came to you with an estimate for what we derived to bury the section of underground or utilities from Pickering Corner up to the intersection of Sewell Road. That came in at $17,400,000. My objectives tonight were to, number one, review the project again so that all folks get to hear it. The question came up, is it feasible for us to put the conduits in now while we're doing the water and sewer project and perhaps drainage? And do we gain any advantage, economic advantage, by doing that? As well, we have detailed engineering costs if we were to decide to move forward. Then I do have some follow-up questions from the folks, challenges that really don't change much from the last report. And then I'd accept some questions from the public. I'm sure there'll be many. Welcome to chime in. So this will look familiar. What you see there in magenta, the highlighted pink, is what we're proposing to put underground. What you see in green will remain as an existing overhead. And in a lot of places, what we've done is once we got off the main street, once we get off 100 feet or so from the main street, we would go back and transition to an overhead pole line system as a means of trying to save some money in the project. I mean, the cost per foot is relatively high, as you can imagine. So the other areas that are going to be sort of like able to be fed in the back, such as this street right here, Union Street, we would leave that fed from the back. So we, in essence, don't really have to do a lot on a street like Union Street. What you see in yellow over there would represent Oak Street. We would need to prepare and construct a new three-phase overhead line on Oak Street and down Pleasant Street to tie in Sewell Road with a three-phase service, because there's so much going on in that section of Sewell Road to transition from overhead to underground. There's many transformers and everything else that we felt that was the best way to jump back over and feed Sewell Road. Nothing's changed with that shot since my prior. This is what it looks like. Again, it looks like this as a one-line diagram. This probably makes more sense to an engineer than most of us, but you'll see that red, the dark red horizontal line there represents the street of South Main Street downtown. The black squares you see within that dotted line represent vaults that need to be in the roadway. The other purple squares would represent transformers, either three-phase or single-phase. So the three items that really stand out in that project, the three largest items, would be this 2,700-foot 12 conduit duct bank. That needs to exist in the roadway. These are the vaults that would have to also exist within the roadway. They're going to be anywhere from 8 to 12 to 10 to 15 feet in size. They're going to have to be capable of allowing workers to get down in there. And there'll be multiple cables which will be spliced in these vaults. There's 9 of them that are actually required on the entire roadway strip down here. And then again, these are the transformers that we need to locate. We need 4 of the large scale ones on the left. They need to sit on a 6x12 concrete vault. And then there'll be the smaller ones, 6 of them, that you see on the right that need to sit on a 4x8 vault, which most of the vault is subsurface. It's only the top foot or so is exposed. So where are we going to fit these? I talked with our public works director because one of the questions came up again. Can we coexist with the water sewer drainage project if we did the underground at a later date? Or even if we decided to commence and do some of the underground at this time? Can we exist in the same space? Well, it's not like any project, even building a house. The last guy in has the least preferred spot. It's just the way it is. It's no different in any project. So we recognize that, but that's a workaround. We took Steve's plan, which you see there is the base plan there, and we looked at it from a perspective of where would we have room in there, and there does appear to be room, which I've highlighted in the magenta pink again, of where that conduit duct bank could exist. It would be on the lake side of South Main Street, so it's going to be on that side of the road. What you see there in gray squares would represent the vault locations, the manholes and the subsurface vaults. And what you see there in red is where we would need approximate locations of where we would need transformers themselves, pad mount transformers. So this shot right here takes you from Pickering corner there on the left, and we're going down in that direction down to Carpenter School. We are going to need a transformer somewhere like in back of the corner store. We're going to need one, a pad mount in Brummett Court. We're going to need 2 of them in Brewster Field, which there appears to be real estate, if you can get everybody to agree on the locations. So the bottom line is there appears to be space within the corridor to allow for such. And I'm gonna scan down to the next section, and this is from Carpenter School to Citizens Bank. And you see here, we don't have a lot of vaults going on, and that's because we have places like Union Street, and we can feed up from Laner, which we do now even, so we're not gonna need a lot of vaults or manholes in the road. We are gonna need one right out here, what they call Avery Street, to tap off in that location. and this would be the last one. This would probably create the most challenge. This is sort of right downtown in the village core. And the two big ones are, you see the red transformer there at the bottom, which would have to exist somewhere in Dockside. It's going to be a large transformer. You know, it's going to take up space. It's either going to have to exist in a park. It's going to have to exist in an existing parking lot now. You have to maintain a buffer from buildings, flammable items. 6 to 8 feet is usually the setback. And we'll also need one on Railroad Ave, which is shown on the left-hand side there, about midway up. That's also going to be a challenge. You can see it's just basically right now exists as parking on Railroad Ave. So somehow that large transformer needs to fit into that space. So is it feasible? Yes, it's feasible. We can pull it off. It would look wonderful. I don't think anybody would argue that underground downtown in our village core would look fabulous. We've seen it in other communities where they've done it. We could open up some green space. We'd get rid of the poles. We'd have to add some post-mount lightings. They could be decorative in nature. They could look similar to what we have on the Bridge Falls path. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. I mean, you know, it would look great. When the question,
Barry, transformers can't go in vaults, can they?
they have to sit above grade. If you put them in vaults, especially with our lake level here, you'd have to get submersible transformers, which, as you can imagine, opens up a whole can of worms because they have to be able to be submerged, because that's how deep they're going to be. They're going to be in the water level. So no, they have to be above grade. In regards to looking at the water sewer project and then asking the question, does it make sense for us to put the underground structures in the ground now while we know that some of the pavement's going to be ripped up, some of the sidewalks are going to be tore up? Does it make sense now? So this is the itemized breakdown for just the conduit, the underground vaults, the manholes, and some of the service laterals. So just, it's amazing to me how much this stuff has gone up in the past 5 years. But in the bottom line, it's $5.698 million for just the conduit, vaults, and foundations to be put in the ground. Recognizing that the water sewer project will not extend beyond the downtown bridge, and this estimate is basically for the whole 27 feet all the way up to Sewell Road. I have prorated the cost a bit per foot, and you can see if we were to put it in, if we were to put this stuff in during the water sewer phase, it would be approximately $3.2 million. One of the things I share some cautions with you is we have a one-line diagram. We don't have a full-blown engineering plan. And I don't believe we would be ready at this time to go put conduits in the ground, service laterals, spot vault locations, spot transformer locations, without doing a full engineering plan. I would be very cautious about putting pipe in the ground without that full-blown engineering. I think you may be throwing some bad money away there, knowing a lot of it may have to come back up and be relocated. I just think there's too many unknowns to go ahead and start putting pipe in the ground without a full-blown engineering plan. So the challenges, and these are the same challenges we've always, existed. The service laterals that go from each transformer that we install would have to go underground to every business in the downtown core here that has an overhead electric service. That has to be converted. The price of that, and it's typically going to be on the customer, specifically commercial. Those costs are between $10,000 and $40,000 right now to upgrade an overhead service to an underground service. And then once you do that, you have to look at the building in whole, the electrical condition of the building in whole, and you have to bring that up to code compliance. So you may open some issues there on the code compliance. So I estimated those anywhere from 10 for the easy ones to 40,000 for the more challenging three-phase projects. Secondly is, I think we've known all along we have a real estate problem, right? We don't have a lot of open space down there. We have parking that's at a premium. So we need real estate to put transformers. We need real estate to put some of these junction cabinets, these pad mounts. These are things that can all be overcome. It happens in every place that's ever put an underground system in place. It's just, there may be costs involved, easements, purchasing property, but it's a challenge, especially being the last one in, which I think we're going to be. Unless natural gas comes to town, you may want to think about throwing a pipe in for them, but that's probably a way out. The next one is, we've never really talked to anybody from DOT regarding the bridge itself downtown. There's a very little profile, very low profile from the surface of the roadway down there to the ceiling of going underneath the road. I swear it's only probably 2 feet. And so we know we can't necessarily bury our conduit within the bridge. We probably have to hang it on the outside of the bridge. So that's a bit of a challenge to overcome. We'd certainly have to work with their engineering people and see how we can pull that off. Because I just don't think there's enough depth in that bridge surface to get our pipes down to where they would need to be, especially a duct bank of 12. Next is the lake level. We know the lake level at times, if we dug down 10 feet, which is probably one of these vaults and manholes has to be down, we're going to be dewatering because we're going to be right probably in the water table. And then we're going to have to probably arrange for continuous dewatering while we have our equipment, wires, men inside those manholes. So we're going to have to think about how we pull that off. We're going to be working in water. Water and electricity is not the greatest mix. And then last is just our worker considerations. Most of what we do is trained in overhead troubleshooting and overhead repairs. You see it, you find it, you fix it. Underground is not quite as easy to troubleshoot, find out where the issue is, and then when you do find it, because you're working in a confined space on it, you typically have to de-energize that area to make any repairs. So there's that challenge. There's a specialty level of training associated with being in confined space, working within areas that could potentially have gas, dealing with hoisting and ventilation. It's all things that linemen do. We're going to have to expand our scope of our training and our folks to do that. So this was my project estimate from my original presentation. You can see our municipal electric portion was 12.2 million. We made some estimates based on the last time we worked with the phone company, Breezeline Cable as well. And I escalated their prior pricing from back in 2003 to whatever the multiplier was in our price escalation that we saw, because I'm not going to get a hard number for them without some sort of a guarantee, pre-engineering or whatever. So I had to make some estimates to the best of my ability with those. And the total project came in at $17,400,000. If we were to decide to take the next step, that would be engineering on our side. That gives us a better idea. We'd have to do a full survey. We'd have to look at some of the elevations in the ground, what size material, what size vaults would we have to buy, how deep they'd have to be, and then we'd have to actually get out there and do some field work, do some drilling, testing, whatnot. So the engineering portion of the plan, sort of broken it down into the separate phases, the survey. We may be able to use some of Steve's baseline survey plans and update that to our liking. The actual design, equipment specifications, bid services, construction phase services. So we'd be in about $500,000 to get us to the next level, and that represents about 4% of our total project costs. I have gone back and made sure with my folks that do our engineering that number is feasible, that they're comfortable with that. If they're comfortable with that, to hold out for a couple years, and they are. So there's some room involved in that number. What I really would warn you folks against, so I hate to do engineering just to kick it down the road to the next level without a full buy-in that we're going to do this project. Because I think if you do that, things change so much in 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. I'm going to do the same thing again. We're going to have to probably go back and spend some good money engineering it. So that's my other, sort of precursor is I'd really like to see a buy-in before we went that next step. So.
Thank you. At this point, I'll open up the public hearing for public comments. Do I have anybody in the audience who'd like to make comments on the proposal to bury the electric lines from Pickering Corner to Sewell?
Bill Swaffield, Wolfeboro. I think it's a worthy project. Obviously, there's impediments, and the biggest one is cost. We've done it downtown in the past. We've done it around the railroad station and looking out behind the railroad station to the parking lot by Back Bay and right opposite Back Bay. We've done it there. We've now done it on the Bridge Falls path. Am I correct on that? Mm-hmm. But around the railroad station, we've done that. So that's like apples and oranges. How's the maintenance going on that? So you don't have, yeah. Well, it's going to be a few years, but these telephone poles out here are not going to last forever. We're going to have to do something with them, and that's going to cost a lot of money, as we've seen with the South Main Street project from Kingswood downtown down to Pickering Corner. Relocating those is going to be expensive. So to redo these power lines out here is going to be very expensive. The minimum I think we need to consider, and it looks like Barry has, and the water and sewer guys have committed to that, is that there would be space. I think that's the most important point right now, that if we want to do it in the future, there will be space. That's key, because we're not going to look good 10 years down the road or whenever those poles decompose and we decide to do it underground if we can't do it because we didn't leave room. So I think that's the first thing. The other thing is, with the cost of the project, I'm not sure how these other towns have done it. I'm not sure anyone has looked into that, but are there possible grants to be able to take advantage of to do a project like this? I think that needs to be looked at. And obviously there's not time to look at that between now and when this project, the current water and sewer project, is being completed. So that's like up in the air as well. It would really be really nice to be able to do this at this point, but I think the timing might be too short unless we can somehow move on this and do it. But the town would have to come up with $17.4 million apparently, and that's like bigger than any single project we've done that I know of. So again, if we have space, that's a really good thing. Appreciate Barry doing all the research on it. That's all I got for the moment. Thank you.
Is there anybody else?
Hi, Bobby Budman. Pardon my ignorance. My question is just about, over a long term in a project like this, having the wires above ground versus underground, is there a cost differential in repairs throughout the year? I mean, with all these 100-year storms we're having where we keep having to replace lines and we have trees down and these costs, is there a cost savings to having wires underground that we're not going to be constantly pumping in all these high-cost repairs during storms? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who'd like to give any public input? Barry, do you want to answer that? Sure.
You know, in other places, in a single-phase line, out in the middle of the woods, perhaps, but in my 33 years, we actually haven't had an event within this corridor that had an effect or bumped out our line. It's been extremely reliable. It's not a high-speed zone. There aren't a lot of trees that come down to cause damage. So there are grant monies out there that can help with redundancy of lines, what they consider hardening of lines for more reliability. Unfortunately, this really wouldn't qualify if you've looked at what we've had for outage and trouble events and this stretch right here. None of the storms we've had have caused a broken pole, a tree to come down to bump this out. It's always out there in the wilderness, out there where it's heavily wooded, that if that bumps, well, the whole town's down, but it was not this corridor that caused it, so I just haven't seen it.
Barry, I got just one more question. What's the life expectancy of the underground electric system?
So with most electrical equipment, of course, it's underground, it's with the elements, you figure 40 years.
Okay.
And as far as saying, well, we're going to have to replace these poles anyway, we know we're going to have to replace these poles, but it's probably 1/20th of the cost to replace poles. This wire is all replaced in 2004 through 2007. So all the wire and transformers you see out here, they're nowhere near their 40-year lifespan time.
So there's no benefit from being underground? It doesn't last twice as long or anything like that?
It simply isn't the case, yeah. No,
a system
40
is
years
a system is 40 years.
Yeah. Whether it's overhead or underground, 40 years is the magic number. So.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing because nobody else. Oh, you did want to speak? Oh, okay, come on up.
Suzanne Ryan. I heard Barry say that if we were to go forward and raise the 500,000, it sounds like a point of no return. In other words, you don't want to put your foot forward if you're not going to follow through. Where would the 500,000 come from?
Usually electric projects come out of the Electric Enterprise Fund. That would be my first place that I think we would look for it in terms of a project. But we haven't even gotten down that road yet. We're still in the thinking stage.
Thinking, yeah. Well, we only can tap into that electric fund so much, and I'm hearing repeatedly about the possibility of having to use it for other things along 28. And it gets to a point where you say, I prepaid for that electric fund, and I don't like the fact that I don't get a chance to vote on how that electric fund money is spent. That aside, if we were to go forward with the 500,000, how long will it take to implement the 17 million plan?
I have to have Barry come up.
Can Barry answer that?
Yeah, he can, yeah. How long
And
would
I
it
have a follow-up.
Okay, how long, Barry, would it take you to do this? Are we talking a year, 2 years, 3 years?
I think, and from what I've seen, and I know Stowe, Vermont did it, and it was more like a 5-year project. Which time you're trying to work around the tourist season, having the road dug up. I think we're going to have to be working in the spring and working after Labor Day. And I really think you're in a, I would say maybe maybe 3 to 5, but I think it's multiple years. It's nothing, you just really couldn't bang that out in a year. I don't believe so.
And so have you put an estimate in for the increase in the cost of $1 in 3 to 5 years on the 17,000?
17 million.
How much?
17 million.
1,000, sorry. The escalator for that in 3 to 5 years? Okay, so we don't know, but obviously there would be one. It doesn't go backwards, it goes...
I think before we do this project, we have a lot of figures we have to get. This is the first public hearing to see what kind of support there is for it. We're doing a project down here. Now is the time to look at it. That's what this is. We're trying to get input. The board has no decision on what else we need to do to bring this forward.
Well, you've got the first step in front of you. He's presented to you an engine. He's asking, would you like to consider engineering plan for $500,000? So that's your first step. And
well, we might decide that if we wanted to do that, we'd put it out as a warrant article. What I'm saying, there's been no discussion on the board. Yes, this is presented, that's what it would be, but we still have a lot to talk about before we move forward. And I don't know where my other board members are and whether they want to vote on it tonight or whether they want to put it in a warrant article or they want to do
well,
nothing.
I don't know how many times you're going to keep bringing it forward. It seems as though there should be some inclination of what the desire is of the Board of Selectmen. But I would just add on another topic related to this, is that when you go to downtown Portsmouth in their historic district waterfront, their poles and lines are everywhere. So it's not unusual. It's something that it's a fact of life you get to live with. But I would say, even though Barry said it will all be beautiful if it's done, you still have to pick your medicine. You want poles or you want those, what did they call them, those transformer boxes, on the manhole covers, whatever they were. You're going to have those big cement things in vital spots of town, downtown. So pick your medicine. You want those vaults or you want the poles? Either way, you're not going to get away scot-free with Greenfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who'd like to give us any more public input? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Brad, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, to kind of feed off of Suzanne's a little bit on the financing part of it. Barry, would you anticipate that obviously this would be a bonded, project here over the period of years? Would you anticipate it being built into your electric rates to be able to pay that bond off, so there would be an adjustment, more than likely in the upswing to cover the cost for the annual bond payments and stuff?
I haven't even got to that level yet, Brad, of knowing how we would fund it. Would there be some tax-based participation? Would it be on the electric rate? It's certainly not built into our current electric rate. And so I think if you tried to put 17 million into our matrix of what the rate's going to do, it will have an effect. I haven't sat down and figured out what that number is, but I think you may get some feedback from some folks that think it may or may not be partially funded by the tax rate. I don't know. I haven't got there yet.
Yep. I just want to bring that out for thought anyway.
No, I certainly think a price that large. And someone said it would be the largest project the town of Wolfeboro's ever undertaken at that money amount. And those monies are in 2024 dollars, so there'd be an escalator to it. There would be effect on the rate. It'd have to, if it was to be funded by the department.
By the time it was done, it would probably cost the same as our public safety building, town hall, and library altogether.
It's a large project.
Does any other selectman have any? Paul?
Barry, thank you for doing this. This is when I first came to town 100 years ago, I said, why didn't we bury the wires? And, the estimates ranged from a gazillion dollars to, bazillions of dollars. So to answer Suzanne's question, at the cost of our money, what it costs us to borrow money, by the time he got this thing done, if we started today, and it was a perfect shot, 17.4, perfect amount of money, it would cost us another 30%. So put that, it would be up to 22. For me, I'd love to see a beautiful downtown without the wires. But I think I sit there and I ask myself, and I think, Brian mentioned, I ask myself, you want to spend $22 million on that, or do you want to give some of it back to the tax, or do you want to have another one of these or another one of those? And so I think we have to start thinking about pairwise analysis before we move it on. I would also like to strongly recommend and support Barry that we're either in or out. Doing an engineering plan to feel good that we did one and then putting it on the shelf in 5 to 7 years from now, blowing the dust off of it and saying, let's just do it now. Somebody may come back and say, well, that was then, but this is now, and you have to come up with another engineering plan. So I wouldn't really be happy about just doing that for the optics of doing it. But I thank you for doing it, Barry. It's at least it's clarity.
Dave?
I think the amount of money that we're talking is, to me, a little outrageous at this point, to put that little amount of primary and secondary underground.
Yeah.
And I can certainly see that if we take 17 million today and turn it over to you, and then you have to pay for it through the rates, our rates are going to be quite different than what they are today. Correct. And that bothers a lot of people. We have some of the cheapest power in the whole state right now.
The cheapest.
The cheapest.
The cheapest.
Yep. So we've had 17 million plus, and by the time, like Paul says, we escalate that over the next 3 to 5 years, we're talking a huge increase in our rates. Unless people want some more default budgets and put it onto the taxpayer, and I don't think that's going to happen either. I know the Budget Committee won't, and I don't think we're about to get into that situation. So, I think it's a great idea. I think that we've looked at it time and again. I don't know how many times since I've been around here. Quite a few.
This is 3 for me,
At least, I was going to say, I think I can probably remember at least 5 times it's been looked at. But that amount of money is huge to me.
Yeah, the reason I put it on, and I'm not quite sure what year, the Chamber did the Our Town project. And out of that Our Town project, one of the items was to look at burying the electric lines. And since we were opening up the roadway and doing the other project, it seemed like a time again to take a look. And I'm with you, Dave. We've been at this numerous times asking this question. But I didn't want us to go forward without taking a look at it. And I think, as Bill said, we know that if we don't put it in now, there is space for the future. I'm with the others. This is a huge price tag. I think it's not a price tag that at this time with the debt service and the other projects that the town needs to do, it's one that we should move forward on. But I'm glad we looked at it. I want to thank Barry for his time and giving us the great presentation. We'll see what kind of a vote I get out of the rest of the board.
My last question, Barry, is there any way that we could put this into a 10, 12, 20, 40-year plan where a section is buried and then another section? Do you have to do it all at once, or could we take on a little piece at a time over the years? You would. You'd lose your economy of scale. Yeah. Battery die?
Do you have? You get,
Mine or his, whoever.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, I think bottom line, you could. You lose some economy of scale, because once you get the road opened up and you get a contractor here, and then mobilization, demobilization. But you're going to be left with some pretty ugly riser poles with 12 pipes coming up them in the middle of your downtown area where you transition from the underground to the overhead. You could decide at some point that maybe you don't do the section from Pickering Corner down to the post office or something. Maybe you can shorten the scale of that. But that was my original sort of scope, that section from Pickering Corner. And you would certainly save some money in that manner as well, if you shorten the scope of it.
Okay.
any other board members have any other comments or questions? Do we want to make a motion that gives some direction on how we want to move at this time? I think that's why we're having the public hearing. We heard the information. Now we have a public hearing, and I think we need to decide on a direction. Brad?
Yeah, I'll start out first with a short statement. I think with the price tag of the whole thing and what we've heard here, I would have a hard time justifying even committing to $500,000 to do an engineering and then put it on the shelf for a while, knowing full well that quite possibly by the time we did implement something, if it's 5 years down the road or whatever, that could be outdated, the codes could have changed, so we'd be kind of not really wasting, but it would be wasting the money on doing that. So my opinion would be to table it for right now. We've got some preliminary work. If we ever wanted to bring it back up again, we've got a place to start with. So I would make a motion that we table this project for the time being. Second that.
Do I have any further discussion by the board? All?
Linda?
Yep.
Yeah, and I respect the question about, you know, could we chip away at this? At the end of the day, it's 17 million bucks. Pay me now, pay me later. We could de-scope the project, but then people, I think, me included, would say, how come we did that? You know, so I'm kind of where I'd love to see it happen. I just in my mind, I'm just saying, if I had $17 million of your money, what would I do with it? I'd probably want to not spend it unless you all compel us to say put it on the polls. So I'm with Brad. I'll go along with the motion that we probably ought to table this conversation for a bit.
We could also, it could go on as a advisory petition warrant article and say, would the citizens of town want us to go with the engineering, knowing that we're going to be spending $20 million putting the lines underground?
Well, we can definitely, when we look at our warrant articles, that's something we can do. What Brad is saying, we table it for now to kind of deal with it.
Yeah.
And then we all have the presentation and we can look at it again and decide whether we want to do that come, I guess it's November, we'll make that decision.
We can look at it then and see if there's enough, we get enough feedback from now till then that people would want to decide, do they want to spend $20 million?
Yeah.
We did put it out once, and the answer was no. So I'm more than willing to put it out again.
Yeah.
Things change in 10 years. And
again, just, you know, where I've been out of that business for a while, but when you do underground work, it gets real expensive real fast, and chipping away at little pieces might sound like something to do, but, you know, my experience in working with this kind of stuff, is we, for the voters, if you want to do an advisory type of a warrant, we're either in or we're not.
Yeah. Do we want to spend $20 million?
We're either all in or we're not, would be my advice. Don't kid yourself, all right? Because you don't want to do that, all right? But, that's where
Are
we're
we
at.
ready to vote?
Call the question.
Okay. All those in favor of tabling the electric line burial?
Aye.
Favor? Aye. All
Thanks,
right.
Barry.
It passed.
Thank you, Barry.
Okay. All right, next item is the bulk vote. Weekly manifest of May 31st, 2024 is $101,601.61. June 7th is a payment to the school district is included, so it's $3,001,848.42. June 14th is $701,619.59. We have an intent to cut. There are two of those. We have property tax refunds and abatements. We are denying two. There's a current use application. There are two of them. Application for inventory of taxable property. There are two of those. There are 6 property tax and credit exemptions. There are 2 raffles. So does anybody have anything they need to remove from the bulk vote? Hearing none, can I have a motion?
I move we approve bulk vote A through G.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Dave, seconded by Brad. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Hi, Brad.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is North Wolfeboro Association paving of Haynes Hill Road. And this came to us as a letter, and I think there's somebody from the association who'd like to talk about the letter they presented to us.
Thank you. And actually, there are 3 of us here. I'm joined by Ken Perry, who's one of the trustees of the North Wolfeboro Association, Jonathan Hopewell, who's a member. And you have the letter before you. I won't repeat all of that, but one of the things that I used Barry's term earlier about being out in the wilderness, but one of the characteristics of North Wolfeboro is its rural, slower character, and the roads are a big part of that. There's the highest number of scenic roads designated in town, and we've had the good fortune of working with Steve closely over the last 10, 12 months on how to enhance the roads in North Wolfeboro, but do it in a way that maintains the character. And as you've seen from the letter, and as many of you all participated in, there was a decision 8 years ago, I believe, or in 2018, so 6 years ago, to set the width of North Wolfeboro Road at 19 feet. I think everyone feels it's worked remarkably well. And we find that consistent with the character overall, and an easier transition to the 18-foot width of our dirt and gravel roads. And should be the approach taken on Haynes Hill Road as well. I would say I drive down Haynes Hill Road a lot, but was looking at it today, and it's remarkable how close to the edge of the road stone walls, trees, utility poles, in some cases utility poles 6 or 8 inches. Mm-hmm. So there's a constrained space as well, so there's some practical reasons, but I think the bigger one is the character of North Wolfeboro. I don't know if Ken or Jonathan want to add anything.
Ken Perry, I would just add that when we made the decision with the town, when the rebuilding of North Wolfeboro Road 5 or 6 years ago, which I wasn't in favor of because I thought the natural speed bumps we had were working just fine, but those were all removed. But the existing roadway before, the paved portion of North Wolfeboro Road, was 22 feet in most places. The town was proposing doing it 20 feet, and some of the citizens wanted it only 18 feet, and at that meeting we kind of settled on 19 as a compromise, and that was 6 years ago, and we just like to see that applied to the other paved portions. Most of North Wolfeboro roads are gravel, but there are paved portions on several of them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the Public Works Director to come and make some comments, and then if you want to get back up, you may. Steve, you gave us a memo, and I think the public should hear that also.
Good evening, Steve Randall, Public Works. As Jonathan had said, we've spoke quite a bit over the last year plus on the plans for North Wolfeboro and try to align their ideals of rural roads with what we see as proper maintenance and sizing. So I'm opposed to the 19 feet. I think 20 is a much better fit. In speaking with consistency, the consistency of the paved roads in the rest of town, at that 20 feet, when I came on board in September of 22, we started Pleasant Valley Road, and there was a large portion of that ranged anywhere from 20 to 22 feet, and we made that a consistent 20. Haynes Hill runs about the same way. There's portions of that are 22 now, a lot of it 21, and a bunch of it is at 20. We rebuilt Trask Mountain Road last year, and we paved that to 20. On a consistency standpoint, I would like to see them stay at 20. I sent in some pictures with the packet of North Wolfeboro Road and what is happening to the edges of the road due to the narrowness of it. And as trucks pass, it's just, there's just not a lot of room. And that extra foot actually makes a very large difference. I've talked with residents of Haynes Hill. I did urge them to come, but they would like to see it at 20. The bus drivers that travel that route would like to see it at 20. And there's sightings from a safety standpoint. For me, it's longevity of a road and being able to maintain it. I feel that 20 is the proper width. And that's about the extent of what I have.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody else want to get back up or make any other comments? Okay, if not, we can talk as a board if you're all set. Board members, what would you like to do here? And anybody have any comments? Brad?
Yeah, I'll start. I'm on the same page as Steve is, and I was back in 2018 also. I think the pictures that Steve provided kind of showed what the concern I probably had back then was that the closer to the edge of the road that you start running the trucks, the more apt you to have that damage and have the cracking, breaking up on the edge near the shoulder. As Steve said, getting that extra foot in width is very beneficial as far as keeping those tires and the weight away from that edge of the road. Putting a lot of money into these roads to, especially when they're being rebuilt, in the hopes that we don't have to touch them for a long period of time, that they could just stay on a regular maintenance type schedule from there on and not need to be going back in and repaving and doing more major type work to keep them in good shape. Let you spend the money on some of the other roads that need to be rebuilt. I know some comments have been made, well, you can use smaller trucks up there and stuff. And kind of my comment on that would be that just the location of that area in relation to the town garage to get materials in the wintertime, say whether it be sand or salt, when you send a small truck up through there to do a road, it's going to be empty by the time it does one road, and you have probably 4 or 5 up there they got to do, so they're traveling back and forth. During a storm, it's hard to keep up with the cleaning of the roads at that pace. So you do need to have the larger trucks, have the 10-wheelers up there that could go in there, do the entire route without having to keep coming back to reload and everything. So from that standpoint, it also makes sense to have the road be a little bit wider, the normal width. And I do agree also with Steve that the fact that we're setting policies and we've got some normalcy going on with our road building criteria. And we should be consistent with that. So my opinion would be I'd like to see this stay at 20-foot wide and paving with the shoulders to support it and keep it at that. So thank you.
Do I have anybody else? Brian?
I had a question for Steve. Do you see a large amount of environmental impact adding the extra foot? Are you going to have to tear down walls, cut large swaths of trees or anything like that?
No, and over the last week, we've ditched that road and we've trimmed it to stay ahead of the paving and the reclaim that's coming. All we've done is routine maintenance. So, and like I said, the majority of we are going to narrow it up from where it is now because it is running 21, 22 feet, and we're going to make it at 20. So no, we have no plans of removing stone walls, cutting any large trees. It's all been strictly, 2-inch diameter brush or storm damaged trees and cleaning ditch lines.
All right, thank you. I also, this is kind of hard for me in that if somebody said to me, how wide is a road? And I guessed 19 or 20, I'm not going to see much of a difference between 19 and 20 when I look at a road. If somebody could actually look at a road and say, that's exactly 19 feet or that's exactly 20, they're really good at measuring with their mind. So I don't know how much it's going to hurt the appearance. Maybe cars will drive a little faster. I don't know if a foot will make a difference on that either. I'm just not 100% sure. I do know this. I have an 18-foot garage door. And when my wife and I pull in side by side, there's not a hell of a lot of room in between the cars and on each side of the cars. So 2 cars going by or 2 large trucks at 35 or 30 miles an hour, or whatever the speed limit is there, I can see that 19 would be tight. Maybe that's a good thing. It slows it down. But that's why the edges of the road are getting broken up, because people are just naturally going to the edges so that they don't feel like they're going to collide in the middle. So it is a tough situation. As long as there's not a lot of environmental damage when he does it, I would be okay with the 20 feet.
You want to say something? You? It's up to you. Over to you.
Come on, you
Yeah,
guys.
I got to agree with Brad on this one. I think 20 feet would be reasonable. I think it's a compromise again, because I think today we build them at 22 feet. So it is a compromise on a narrower road. I think that the pictures that I saw that Steve gave us of the edges of the road breaking down could be because it is narrower. So I'd be willing to go with the 20 feet.
Paul?
Thank you. Mr. Perry, thanks for your memory. As I pull the 2018 minutes, Mr. Bowers and I were on the board at the time, and yep, you were kind of in one space and other people were in others. I think one of the things I've learned coming back is we got to be consistent about things we do. We shouldn't have to figure out whether we need special equipment to go to one part of the town or another part of the town. So that one kind of resonates a bit with me. The other is consistency in terms of road layout. I was the person who voted against Mr. Harriman to actually do a 19-foot road. It was, in fact, it was many of us, and Brad stood alone wanting a 20, and I think even the Public Works Director at the time said 20, and we all said, you know, thanks for your input, but 19. I'm going to go for the consistency. Particularly, I'm also going to go for some input we got from a bus driver, and who said, you know, please bear in mind I'm trucking kids around, and I want a little means of doing things. So I'm probably not probably I'm going to support that we be consistent across the town and move towards 20-foot paved roads on a complete going forward basis, no exception. Thank you.
Well, this will come as a big surprise. I'm going to go in another direction. One of the things I did is I went back to the vision statement of the master plan. And I'll read it to you. Wolfeboro is a premier community on the lake, in the Lakes region to live, work, and visit. It is a community that is sensitive to and protective of the environment, particularly its abundant water resources. It is visually appealing, preserves the quality of its village and rural character, is safe, and provides quality year-round economic and recreational opportunities for people of all ages. And in 2018, one of the reasons we were talking, and I think it may have been some the year before, is we have bought bigger trucks. And the bigger trucks were going through North Wolfeboro, and it was happening also on Pleasant Valley. And those bigger trucks were bumping into stone walls. And at that time, the town decided to buy smaller trucks that would go to those more rural areas in order for us to keep the rural look. And so what I hear now is cost versus rural look. And as we make roads bigger, we cut down more trees so power lines don't get knocked down. We have gradually get rid of that rural look. Going down Brackett Road today and going down Brackett Road 15 years ago are a very different look, because we had to have cutting for electric lines, we have to have cutting for in order to get the drainage in. That being said, I will say that Brackett Road washed out 3 times last year, and they came in and repaired it, and you know, I understand why sometimes that has to happen, but I think it's important for us to keep some of our roads at the smaller size, and that's part of our culture, that's part of our rural look. It may cost us a little bit more, it may make us drive a little slower, and I'll say in terms of breaking the side of the road, today the town was out and they were cleaning the ditches and they were hitting the side of the roads, and I have some of those same kind of digs in the pavement. So I'm going to support a 19-foot roadway there. I believe that is one of the ways that we can keep our rural nature, or culture, I should say. So.
Which, by the way, is consistent with how you voted a few years ago.
I'm very consistent about that. And everybody knows I'm a tree hugger, so.
Well, Steve said that there will be no more environmental impact to what's there with the extra foot. And I trust Steve. He's out there, he's doing the work, he's seeing what's happening. And I would be very hard-pressed to take anybody in this room and ask them how wide North Main Street is and have them get it within 6 inches. They wouldn't know. They would say it's 27, it's 25, it's 24. We'd get all sorts of different answers, and so I think the 1 foot difference is not going to be aesthetically a huge difference.
Well, different opinions. I have somebody in the audience. I need to get okay from the board. Are we comfortable getting public input or no?
Good with it.
I'm sorry, I was on time delay. I listen on my machine because I can't hear. So I missed the opportunity to raise my hand when it was public comment. I can tell you that I know the difference between the streets up in North Wolfeboro as to downtown, the width. It was a historic district. Unfortunately, that's been lost. But there's a whole different atmosphere when you get past the 7-Eleven and head north into the North Country. And I know that it's different over where Linda lives as well. It's called rural, and we want to stay rural. And that extra foot makes a difference because those darn big plows come up and they whack the trees, they kill the trees, they knock the bark, they scar them, and there's a lot of trees that are going to have to come down because they're dying because the plows whack them. And now, if it costs more money, let's talk about money because I'm the cheap one. We are a community. As a community, we all pull the pool together. I pay for the sewer plant, but I have a septic tank. I pay for water, but I have a well. I pay for rubbish removal, and it's a joint thing. We all pay into the pot. It's called community. We're asking in the rural areas of Wolfeboro to retain the rural atmosphere. And a foot makes a difference on a paved road. And we know the difference. And we know we just drive in the middle of the road. If the trucks are the problem, it's the plow trucks that are breaking the sides of the road, not the truck that comes with a FedEx delivery once in a blue moon. So please retain the agreement that you made with the North Wolfeboro Association for the rural areas. Thank you for the opportunity.
Any other comments? Board members, somebody wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we maintain the 20-foot width in pavement on Haynes Hill Road.
Second.
Who was this? Was that you, Paul?
It is.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion by Brad, a second by Paul. Any further discussion?
Linda, would you just, I thought, could you clarify what the width was, Brad, please? What did you say?
Made a motion to maintain installing 20-foot width in pavement
thank you.
on Haynes Hill Road.
And I seconded it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm against. So it's 4-1, motion pass. All righty. Next item on the agenda, we have a request from the Pretzel Company to put to get a table permit for Center Street, and I don't know how the board wants to address this. We had recommendations from the Sidewalk Committee, and we didn't act on it because we wanted an opinion from town attorney. We don't have any town attorney. They've come and put this request asking us to give them permission, and I want to know what the board would like to do. Shall we move forward and definitely hear you out.
Yeah. So I'm the owner, Matt Brown. So the sidewalk, I came here last year and we had lots of pictures. The sidewalk is 6 feet from the wall to the end. My tables are 2 feet, that leaves 4 feet. I have a front scoop with step, and that sticks out 2 feet, so my tables do not stick out any further than that step there into the front door of my building. I have had permission from the company right next to me, which is a real estate agent. The owner gave me permission to put my tables there. I have 2 tables. This year I changed them. I noticed Wolfeboro have all black tables, so I bought metal black tables instead of my yellow ones. I did like the yellow ones, but I was trying to go with the flow. So I have 2 black tables that are square, which are 2 feet, and then I have 2 black chairs, so a total of 4 seatings in front of the real estate place, more or less.
Thank you. Board members?
He got lucky because we didn't pass the sidewalk ordinance. It's 50 inches and he only has 48. So he's going to be lucky this year. We're going to have to see what happens going forward. Maybe you have to shave your table 2 inches. I don't know.
Or maybe the ordinance doesn't get passed, one or the other.
Yeah.
So did you have any complaints at the town? Anybody write a letter that say, hey, I'm tripped over your table?
So I had no complaints, and last year the tables were a lot, like, they were lighter duty, they were commercial, but they were lighter duty, so they actually folded up, and I brought them inside. Okay. So this year I'm looking to leave them outside. Good. I do notice there is a lack of seating in Wolfeboro. I have other businesses that come, customers come and sit at my table too, and that's not a problem.
Yeah, happens.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm fine.
He was very compliant last year with the rules that were set forward by the town.
And I wasn't asking you that question about complaints as a trick question. I mean, there is if somebody had a problem, they'd write us a letter and they'd say it's a problem.
Right.
I was just checking to make sure there wasn't any of that. Doesn't sound like there was?
Nope, there was no complaints.
Feels good to me.
Okay, so I have no problem, and I agree with Jim. I just always was in place. It always looked very nice. But this is 48 inches, so the recommendation is for 50, so think of that.
Yep.
And think of this as we go forward.
Right.
And look at the recommendations from the committee.
Yep.
So, any further discussion? If not, can I have a motion?
Move to approve Seacoast Pretzel's use of table and chairs again for the 2024 season.
Second.
This is not a public hearing. No, they are never. This is not a public hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, who seconded it? Brian?
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? You
Thank
have
you.
your tables.
Thanks.
All right, next item on the agenda is Taylor Community request for crosswalk on Bay Street.
So Taylor Community approached us about wanting to install a crosswalk on Bay Street. They were able to provide a memo to the Board of Selectmen outlining what they would like to do. From that point, I did receive correspondence from the Director of Public Works on the matter. We did this recently on a couple other streets, and the issue that I see on this particular one is this is a crosswalk that is going to lead to no particular sidewalk. That is my major concern.
I didn't hear
with
the
this.
last part. This is a crosswalk, what, Jim?
Which will lead to no particular sidewalk. It crosses the roadway, but it does not land on a crosswalk, or a sidewalk, excuse me. The Director of Public Works has no major concern about it as far as line of sight, and he was recommending if this were to go forward, that the Taylor community would be responsible for signage and painting of the crosswalk.
Jim, is there, I guess my concern would be we have a consistent pattern for our sidewalks. Are we going to land them our stencil so that we have the same consistency? So when you see it, it's, the same sidewalk.
Sure, I would refer that to Steve, who is
Steve
in the
has-
back room speaking with other people at this point.
Yeah, I saw a note from Steve that said that he would give them guidance and they would
I didn't
install
see
it the
anything
same
about
way and that they would be required to maintain it.
I didn't hear anything about
Yeah.
it.
Crosswalk on a town road that somebody else would maintain? Did I?
Yeah, I guess the only other thing that I have some kind of concern is the speed. And it's coming from 109A, and you come down and you're coming up a hill. There's not a long sight. So I think we need more than signage at the crosswalk. There needs to be something down the block. And I was wondering whether when this first happens, we get some of those speed limit signs that light up. It's amazing how people slow down, because I'm afraid we put it there and it's just there all of a sudden.
Well, the people
aren't going
cross
to-
there anyways, don't they? Yeah. They're already going.
Absolutely, they do.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Kirk Beswick.
Yeah, and so they do cross there anyways.
Yeah, but we are now putting a sidewalk that requires somebody to stop.
Yeah.
Okay, and they can get a ticket for not. So I want to make sure that we're giving warning to whoever is traveling. So when I put it here, and I'll come back to everybody to make comments.
Yep, that's fine.
State your name and kind of give us your...
My name is Kirk Beswick. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. It's been a long day. I think this is an easy one. For those of you who know Taylor, we're a retirement community full of a lot of elderly. We recently have invested $3 million in building an aquatic center on Taylor Drive and $30 million on building a healthcare building there. So we have increased our population and the number of people that want to go across the street to the waterfront. As you know, we bought that property 4 years ago with the intention of doing nothing right off the bat, but just as an investment. We bought it from the boat museum. But we are in the process of applying for a boat dock permit as well as a perch beach. So the residents who may be coming to swim in the pool or just coming down to the property can also recreate by going kayaking and doing stuff in the waterfront. And even since we started maintaining that property, because the boat community, the museum, never really maintained that. It was kind of always a little overgrown. We've been maintaining it, mowing it. We have a lot of folks who now want to walk down there. We have picnic tables. They, just read books and hang out. So we have a number of our residents that are constantly crossing there. And as Madam Chair, you said, coming from the 109A direction, people are using it as a cut through. And there is a dip in the road. So as you step out, you can't often see them. And coming from the other way, from the other end, down by the electric warehouse place, it's the same thing. They're coming around a slight corner and coming up a hill to the point that my staff and I, when we, park across the street in the little parking area we generated, we have to look and kind of run across the street. So when you're talking about an elderly population who, for the most part, are ambulatory and, can get around, it's not easy to see and cross that road without some kind of assistance. So Taylor's willing to do what we have to do to make this work, because our primary objective is to make sure it's safe for our residents to go over there. And as we expand the use of that property, it's going to be all that more imperative that we find a way to either slow down traffic or allow people to cross through a crosswalk. And we've been requested, we have a number of folks here tonight interested in the outcome of this, and they have been asking us to do something because there have been incidents of close misses and that kind of thing. So I think Taylor's willing to, support the decision. We're willing to put this in at our own cost. We're willing to pay for the signage. As you know, we own multiple properties. We do all our own signage. We do that everywhere. So we're willing to take that on. So.
Thank you. Board members, any comments? Dave?
I'll make a motion that we,
I'd like to have some public, well, you make your motion and then we can go on. Go ahead.
I'll just make a motion that we approve the crosswalk and that they work with the Public Works Department to make sure that it matches the other crosswalks we have.
I'll second so we can talk about it some more.
Okay, I have a motion by Dave, a second by Paul. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah,
Brad, and then I'll go to you,
I have a question. I think I heard Kirk say that you'd be willing to help out with some signage to try and make that more visible and stuff there. I guess the thought I had is, like downtown, we have some of those narrow yellow ones that sit out on the yellow line there, portable that could come on and off the road. They're not permanently marked there, or just kind of on a weighted base. Is that something you'd be willing to invest in, to put out there to, during the summer season with your folks when it's busy? Or
I think what I had in my mind, and I hear what you're saying, what we have found on all our campuses, we have a 19-mile-an-hour speed limit. And the reason we do 19 miles an hour is because when you see it, you go, 19 miles an hour, it's kind of startling, and you kind of remember 19 miles an hour. And that works most of the time, but even on our campuses, we have, Cisco trucks and plumbers and everybody else coming, so they kind of tend to zoom through. So we migrated to putting up solar signs that are LED lit up, that tell you how fast you're going. Something like that would probably work, only that says this is a crosswalk, you know, something that alerts them that there's something there. I'd be willing to do that. You know, we've researched putting in DOT-approved overhead lights, you know, with the push buttons. It's extraordinarily expensive. So I would prefer not to go in that direction, but there are other options, like you're saying, that we could do that I think would be effective and not cost that kind of money.
Yep.
Somebody else?
Yeah, me.
Paul?
Can I? Thank you. Great idea. So if I could ask Steve, sightline, you've calculated it. I don't need a number, but you've calculated sightline on either side?
It's tight, but I think with proper signage and delineation, I think it would be fine.
So I think it's 180 feet, right? At 30 miles an hour is your sightline?
Yes, and it's pushing it in different angles there, but yeah, it's close.
So we have a sightline issue that has to get dealt with, and it sounds like Taylor is willing to do some traffic calming kind of signage that
You know, and I had suggested, if this is my turn to throw my 2
Sure,
cents in.
absolutely.
So when the rail trail people wanted to put crosswalks in, they came down, we went over with them, paint choices, things like this. We'd more than happy to do the same thing with Taylor, and the same thing with the signage. I'm more than happy to place the sign orders for them if we buy them at bulk and discount prices. To Brad's point, I think that's a perfect thing that should go there, is that pedestal thing that goes in the middle of the crosswalk. If anything, as the cars are coming, they start to see something in the middle of the road, and you can just pull it up in the fall. No, but in the wintertime, the traffic is better there in the winter, obviously, as well. But short of those little signage and things like that, I don't have an issue with it.
I got another one for you, Steve. So the location of the crosswalk, the land is sloped. We're going to need drainage so we don't create ice puddles for people wanting to cross that crosswalk. I mean, we got slope land there, right?
Right, but that's on their private land. The road itself is.
So you're going to have to consider that people, going on that crosswalk, it's sloped. You don't want people slipping before they come across the street. It might not be a bad idea for you two folks to just talk about how that gets configured. And you're terminating that crosswalk on the opposite side of the street into some. Yes, well, that was going to be my question. Does it go into a parking area, or does it just go into something that Steve's guys are going to plow snow up on? And you're going to have to climb over a snow pile in order to get out there? Do you know, Steve? Do you know?
We operate our own plow.
On the opposite side of the street, where they're going. Are you going to be plowing snow there, or are they going to be?
Right, but they own both sides of that street.
So they'll take care of that?
They're going to take care. We have our road that we take care of in our buffer. Everything else, the rest of that is on them.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think a point too is in the wintertime, there's probably not going to be a lot of people walking across the road to go down the other side to go down and read a book or whatever.
Ice fishing.
No, there won't be a lot of our folks ice fishing, but we do maintain that in the winter so that if we have events at the Recreation Aquatic Center, we have a few extra spots over there to park folks. Yeah.
Makes
So
sense.
we'll clear that ourselves.
You don't want to have seasonal crosswalks.
I still have concern about the speed on that road and whether, we can keep them. We're saying we're looking at this at people going 30 miles an hour. I'd be surprised if many people travel Bay Street at 30 miles an hour. That's my concern, is that they have enough sight. So I hope that we can put a sign down far enough. I don't know. The captain's here. How far do you need to give warning for a crosswalk?
Seasonal crosswalk. We're not in the seasonal crosswalk.
Assuming the crosswalk's right across the street from Right Bay there, to go across the street to your other property there, to go down there? Yeah. I know there's a little hill there, so you got to have line of sight, so just make sure you have line of sight, and depending on where the sign is, it's got to show that the crosswalk is coming towards it. So it's got to be very close to it.
I think Linda's right. At that speed limit, it's 180 feet. But you got these bumps in the road or these hills, and people aren't going to be able to see that. So we probably need to extend the signage out
Right, and I'd like you to work maybe the police can go down there and take a look. I'm concerned that part. I want a crosswalk. Obviously, there's a crosswalk needed there. When we looked at a path or a sidewalk for Back Bay, there was always going to be a crosswalk there, but I am concerned that we have enough warning and there's enough line of sight that somebody goes out into a crosswalk and the driver can see it.
Linda? I agree with Brad that we should have one of those little green men or whatever, we have a pylon or something that stands in the middle of the road so they can see it. I think that in each direction coming there, if we had a sign that showed a crosswalk and beside it a sign that shows 30 miles an hour so that they know that that's the speed, there's a crosswalk coming. I mean, I don't know if we can slow them down to 19 miles an hour on that road.
I don't think anybody was trying to, I'm trying to slow them down from the 45.
But I would say,
to the 30.
With a good distance, if we put a 30-mile-an-hour sign and a crosswalk sign on coming both directions there, it's a lot of signs, though. But at least people would know a crosswalk was coming and they would know what the speed limit is on that road because people do go fast on that road.
And what I would like to add to the motion is that they talk to the police department and we take a good look at, are you willing to do that?
Yeah, I'm willing to help out any way we can.
Yeah, because then that'll satisfy my issue.
So I could make a motion that we approve.
We already have a
already one on
motion
the floor.
from Dave.
Dave, amend your motion.
And I just amended, he said to work with the Director of Public Works, and I just added, and the police department.
And the police department, okay.
Second again.
And you did second it.
Second again.
Okay. Is there any other discussion?
Nope.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you all.
Next item on the agenda is the actual versus budget report for May.
Good evening, Catherine Carpentier, Finance Director. Before you is my monthly report for May 2024. Through May, the approved budget is 5 months or 42%. The general fund is currently at 45% with revenues at 12%. Next month, you'll see that jump up because the first tax bill went out in June and will be booked in the June reports. Water fund operating budget's at 40% and residential water is at 38%. Electric is at 46% operating budget and 43% revenue. Sewer funds at 75% operating budget. That's due to the operation and maintenance contract encumbered for the full year. And the revenue is at 34%. Whalen fund is at 60% operating budget and 51% of revenue. I also gave you the donation reconciliation, the trustees MS9 report, and gas and diesel allocations. Motor vehicles are running at 46%, so that's a little above the average, which is great. Spoke with the tax collector today, and there's 38% of taxes collected so far, but bills aren't due till 7/1, and we still haven't received some of the major mortgage bills. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Anybody have any questions? I've already got my answers.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Casey.
All right, next item on the agenda is the Pop Whalen update.
Good evening, Chuck Smith, Director of Pop Whalen. So you'll see the utilization for the from April to May. We had some soccer in there. Wolfeboro Parks Rec put a job fair in there. And we had the senior health and fitness, as long as the Chamber of Commerce social. And we had the first session of Learn to Play Pickleball. For spring and summer, we have a summer kickoff going on this weekend at the rink. The American Legion's coming in for a sock hop. Also teen nights, June 28th and August 30th. And Brian Hastings, who does Irish folk music, That date's yet to be determined. And then we have dueling pianos coming in on July 13th, and then level up pickleball the 4th and 5th of September. As of today, so far, I've booked 423 hours of ice from September 22nd to December 31st, approximately creating $101,000 in revenue, and I'm looking to add another 25 to 50 hours of utilization. And as so far this year, the Dasher board and advertising, the revenue is approximately $50,000. So as of today, we've generated 98.7% of the estimated revenue as compared to the approved operating budget. The only one concern we do have is that the operating budget is at 62% at the end of May of 2024. And as you can see on the bottom of the sheet, that this is what I have from the main users booked for the ice times.
So Linda, I have a couple of questions for, so I can clear things in my head. And I added it up and got the same 423 hours that you have booked. Do we book ice from 7 in the morning till 10 at night, 7 days a week?
I can.
Okay, you can. So that's so between September 22nd and December 31st, that gives us 1,830 available hours. We have 423 hours booked. The rest of the hours are not booked. How many hours does the town book?
I'd have to back it out since their budget's at 100,000. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
But that's usually during the week, the town, I run from 9 to noon between public skate and stick and puck. And then in the afternoons, I'll flip back and forth between stick and public and public skate during the week.
For 1 hour more?
Well, they usually run about an hour and a half.
Okay.
Brian, if you go into your budget book, that's detailed out the number of hours and the cost for stick practice and every one of those.
I haven't got my budget book yet.
I'll give you a page out of the one I have for 2024.
Linda has budget books that go back centuries. You can get
I do. I do.
Okay. That was my only question.
Madam Chairman?
Round numbers, Brian, I believe it's about another 250 hours.
We do 250 hours?
I believe. Okay. And that's from September to December.
One of the questions I asked Jim was whether Park and Rec paid any money to the Pop Whalen Enterprise Fund when they used the facility, and that is no.
Right.
So if you have and I'm guessing Chair Zimba class is Park and Rec?
That's correct, yes.
We don't gain revenue.
No.
It doesn't help us. And we may have somebody in the building, but it isn't helping us make that budget that we're looking to. And the other thing is we have booked, but we have no contract signed yet from these people who are renting the ice.
Well, from the main users, no, I do not have contracts from them yet. I'm still finishing the schedule for them.
Right, but we signed contracts with Booster Academy, Back Bay Hockey, and those contracts, once they sign, that's the number of hours they have to pay. They can't give us back hours if they can't fill them.
That's correct.
Okay. But we're not quite there yet.
No, they're still scheduling out for their games, tournaments. The high school's pretty much done with their schedule. Brewster's got to get back to me on the preseason schedule.
Okay.
And then this weekend, there's a state meeting, so hopefully Back Bay will get back to me next week.
Madam Chairman? So I visited with Chuck this morning, and I would say that good progress. There's two words that you use when you try to look forward. One is you estimate or you guess. And estimates are always better than guesses. I think that on the top side, the revenue side, it appears that Chuck's got a pretty good beat around the revenues coming in. That $50,000, by the way, of advertising, that's year one revenues. There's going to be another 50 next year.
That's correct, yes.
And another 50 the year after that.
Yes.
If they re-sign up the contract.
Understood. I hadn't
Okay, well,
finished. I hadn't finished.
this year's is paid, they've signed for, the next
I hadn't
three aren't.
finished. If they re-sign, you now have a little machine here going, which is good. But it sounds like you're going to get 50,000 this year, which is terrific. Where I think there's some, what I call educated guessing is on your spring and summer programs. I think you're going to be short there. It sounds like, from what you were telling me, you might be short, but you might have a diving catch or two to grab. Concession revenues that we talked about, he's already booked $5,600 in concession revenues, and he thinks he can book more. So
we'll see.
So I think on the revenue side, I'd say solid progress. My only thing that I would just advise that you all keep a hard look at is you've burned $288,000 on a year-to-date basis at the ice arena, but you think you're only going to burn another 70. And I think that's probably a place that we were talking about when you turn this thing on, all of a sudden something busts. That one could be some risk in the plan. But overall, it probably still is going to be an operating miss. We'll talk about that later on, but I think the progress here is pretty notable. Thanks.
Any other comments? Thank you very much, Chuck.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, next is the default budget. Jim?
Okay. 6 weeks ago now, I guess, we sat down and watched a presentation on default budgets, which was put together by the New Hampshire Municipal Association. In their presentation, they outlined the fact that a lot of this information is a little bit gray, and I think that there has been some steps to help clarify that. I have provided you with, in this memo, with an updated guidance document from the New Hampshire Municipal Association on default budgets. The interesting thing about that presentation is another associate at the New Hampshire Municipal Association has crafted a letter which is counter to this particular document that's submitted. So while they may have clarified some of the gray area, there still is a lot of gray area. So I'll go through and answer the specific questions that you, the board, had as a result of that session. So the first question that was documented was, can new positions be posted in a default budget? Yes, they can be posted within the default budget, unless it's a standalone warrant article. If it's a standalone warrant article and the voters vote that position down, such as the school resource officer, if they had voted that down, that would have been a no means no situation, and that would not be part of the default budget going forward. However, where that was a standalone warrant article, it passed. It did become part of the default budget when we calculated it in 2024, which answers a question later on. Additionally, the governing body has a significant amount of authority within a default budget to make line item transfers and utilize those appropriations to fill positions that need to be filled within the operation of the town. And that's just not positions, but that's everything within the town to ensure that the town is able to operate moving forward. So the simple answer is yes, new positions can be posted in a default budget. There was a follow-up question regarding what occurred with the half-year firefighter position. that was proposed in the 2024 budget and what happened to the 2023 half-year position. So when we calculated the default budget, the 2024 half-year new firefighter was removed from the default budget calculation. The 2023 half-year position, as funded, was part of the default budget, and then you, as the Board of Selectmen, went forward and did a line item transfer to make that position, 100% funded for the year 2024. Healthcare, this is still a tricky one. So one of the things that has been done is in the New Hampshire laws, they have clearly outlined the definition of a contract. And what they have clearly delineated that to be is the amount approved by the legislative body in either the operating budget authorized for the previous year or in a separate warrant article on the previous year. So we have 2 collective bargaining agreements. Those 2 collective bargaining agreements were calculated into the default budget, and the non-union staff was calculated into the default budget. The guidance provided in the document that I've attached for you suggests that health insurance should not be included. The increases to health insurance for non-union staff should not be included in the default budget. However, the other guidance provided by Natch at New Hampshire Municipal Association, which Casey provided me, which was released a few months ago, indicates that it should be included. So we are still here asking ourselves what is included and what is not. The takeaway on this, I think, for the town going forward is, you know what? There's some confusion here, and there's some confusion at the DRA level. There's some confusion at the municipal association level. I think when we develop our budget guidelines, we need to clearly define for 2024 or 5 what is going to be part of the default budget and what is not. Casey has run through and provided a calculation to tell you, give you an idea of what the differential is between health care for the default budget and the way we calculated it, and what it would be if we backed out the non-union staff. And it is actually negligible based on the calculation that she provided. The other weird part about this is, you know, when they utilize the term amount when calculating your default budget, one of the arguments is we received favorability in our fuel and propane. What should we be calculating the default budget at? If they're using the term amount as part of the contract, should we not be utilizing that amount, which for 2024's budget is actually lower than the 2023 budget? It's a messy calculation that I think, again, we need to clarify when we go into our budget guidelines. With that stated, tipping fees. The tipping fees actually, based on the guidance provided in this 14-page document, state that those should be out because they are, it's based on the amount. However, you guys as the Board of Selectmen have the authority to do a line item transfer to ensure that we continue to dispose of our refuse. There's dialogue in here about considering tipping fees and doing a standalone warrant article for long-term contracts on that. But again, what happens if you get a no vote? No means no. That means we can't do line item transfers. That means we're not hauling trash. So again, I think it's something that we have got to clarify moving into 2025. Labor increases, that was another question asked. Again, we have 2 collective bargaining agreements. Those collective bargaining agreements showed wage adjustments. Additionally, we had wage adjustments for people last year that was calculated at 39 weeks, not 52 weeks, so there's a slight increase there. And I provided you a matrix in the document that shows where all of those wage increases are. Hopefully that helps to answer the questions that were asked relative to that, and that was used to calculate the default budget. Next question was about unfilled positions. So this is very clear in the RSAs. As long as a position is vacant under recruitment or being redefined, reorganized, it's allowed to be in the operating budget moving forward. It's when a position is eliminated that those funds need to come out. That's very clear. Then there was a conversation about line item transfers and the budget hearing or deliberative session where those should be presented. Again, this guidance document helps to clarify it. Number one, in the town of Wolfeboro, the board there's 2 options to create the default budget. It can either be done by the budget committee, which would have to be approved by the legislative body, or it's created by the Board of Selectmen, which is from that point essentially assigned to staff to create the budget, and that's the methodology that we use here in Wolfeboro. And the line item transfers that are made throughout the course of the year should be disclosed at the first budget hearing. They made that very clear in here, so we've got to do a better job at being able to disclose that information when we are doing the first budget hearing for the voters, so they know where the expenses are incurred throughout the previous year. It lays it out pretty clearly within the RSA. And then the last question was the SRO position. Was that included in the default budget? And as indicated previously, yes, it was, because it was a standalone warrant article, which was approved by the voters. So that rolled into the default budget. I hope that answers the questions that you have regarding the default budget and the presentation. I think the takeaway that Casey and I have is there's still some gray areas at best. And if you have questions, we actually have a conversation scheduled tomorrow with the Municipal Association. Hopefully we can get answers for you. That summarizes it.
Board members, anybody have any questions?
No, nicely done, Jim. That was an excellent job.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Next item on the agenda is the personnel policy. We've seen this multiple times.
Gets better.
Hi, Michelle Chamberlain, HR Administrator. So I'm here tonight to get your approval for the updated personnel policy. As Linda stated, we have been working on this for quite some time. So the department heads and I have reviewed it, as well as the town attorney for the last several years. It was asked at our last discussion in April if the employees would be signing, okay, what just happened? Okay, sorry, that the employees would be signing the policy yearly, and that will be happening yearly for the policy to be reviewed and signed by the employees when their performance review is completed. So I'm hoping to get the board support to have this policy in place by July 1st. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Is there any questions for Michelle from the board? Seeing none, does somebody want to make a motion?
Make a motion, we approve the updated personnel policy.
Second.
Effective date, May 1st. May 15th, 2024.
July 1st, please.
July 1st?
July 1st, we've already passed May.
I know that, but July 1, 2024.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion by Dave, a second by Brian. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Next item on the agenda is Route 28 project discussion and letter to New Hampshire DOT. And before I read a petition that we are asked to read tonight, I'd like to give a little information. The board does not have a draft letter tonight. Tonight, the board will be discussing how to move forward and what we might want to put in the letter. There's only one place the board can have this kind of discussion, and it is at a meeting. After New Hampshire DOT finished last meeting, the board did not have any discussion about how to move forward. That's what tonight's going to be. I also want to clear up about the June 5th public hearing. In April, the Board of Selectmen was informed by New Hampshire DOT that the electric lines would be needed to be moved for the Route 28 project. The board had discussed moving the electric lines at its May 1st meeting and decided to hold a public hearing on June 5th. And the notice read, the Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on June 5th, 2024 at 6 p.m. in the Great Hall Town Hall, 84 South Main Street, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, to take public comment on the proposed Route 28 New Hampshire DOT South Main Street project that included the relocation of the municipal electric lines and poles. And the board felt it was important that before we had a discussion with New Hampshire DOT, that we gave the public the opportunity to talk about the electric lines and the moving of those poles, since there had been no public hearing prior to that June 5th public hearing. What I would like to do tonight, and if the board agrees, I'd like to have the town manager provide us any information that he has received from the state. I'd like each board member to give their point of view on how to move forward with Route 28. And I wonder whether then we open it up to any public comment, and then the board can have an open discussion, and hopefully we can come up with a decision on how we want to move forward. Does that process seem to make sense to everyone? Okay? All right. Let me read the petition. It said, Dear Mr. Pinio, Ms. Murray, and Mr. Ayotte, at the June 5th Select Board DOT Route 28 project hearing, citizens commented first, and then many in the audience thought they had been dismissed and left. The public remaining then was precluded from commenting on the New Hampshire DOT presentation and those pertinent updates. New information to the public, and obviously new to the Board of Selectmen, rendered many of the prior citizens' comment irrelevant. The DOT clearly stated it was the Select Board's decision after the board said it was DOT's decision. Now the board is drafting and submitting a letter, unknown content, to the DOT without public having any chance to comment. Check out the number of YouTube viewers if you don't think people are concerned in watching this major decision. There's almost 50 people in addition to the citizens in the room on 6/5. 6/5 2024 meeting was structured backward, and now this Board of Selectmen's letter seems to be without transparency for citizens. The Select Board process is not iterate and marginalize the public. Please do not commit the taxpayers to an uncertain outcome without transparency and their current input. And we have 24 signatures on that
Linda, you said 50 YouTube views, and it was 500.
Thank you for that correction. All right. Mr. Pinio, do you have any information from the state that we should hear before we have our discussion?
No, the major thing at this point from the state is they need a letter of support for the project so that they can continue to the next phases of the design and working with the federal government, and as well begin to secure some easements. I think Mr. Ayotte made it clear that his major concern is he needs support from the board. He's not so hung up on which option it is. The question is, how do we develop what the best option is and put that into a letter so the state can continue to move forward with this project? Because if we do continue to hold off until we provide the state that guidance, it is going to push the project out further, and it could lead to escalated costs and or scope reduction. So I think we're in a little bit of a microcosm here where the state would like us to make a decision. The citizens would like to have more input, but the town has also done a significant amount of work historically to get to the point where we are today, and that pretty much sums it up. But Mr. Ayotte would like some form of direction from the Board of Selectmen to move the project forward.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to start off with comments? Dave.
Well, we have been having all kinds of meetings on this project for some time. Started out at the middle school, I believe, and then there was some other meetings along the way. I was a little bit taken back by the presentation at our last meeting because of a couple of reasons. I think I made a statement at that meeting that white line to white line, I think Linda mentioned it as well. And all of a sudden, that doesn't seem to be the case. He said that they were going to take care of the sidewalks and the drainage and all these other things. Now, let's get down to my feeling is that a couple of things he said as well were, one is this roundabouts are not going to solve the problem of traffic during July and August. We have a traffic problem during those 2 months, and it's going to continue to be that way. And I think if you go back to some of the articles we've seen over the last couple of years of issues downtown, even in 1900, when they couldn't get all the buggies to be able to be parked down there. We had a parking problem, over 100 years ago. It's going to continue. We just don't have the space. My feeling is I'm not in favor of either one of the roundabouts. I think that they are not going to be a good thing for people coming into this town. Everybody says, well, we like our quaint little town. I think most of us do, but roundabouts are not going to make it that quaint anymore, in my opinion. I would rather see, which we've talked about, one of the options was up here at Pickering Corner, to widen the lanes, put in directionals on the ground, and just increase the space we have there. The only thing I will agree that up by the high school, I think that the way Pleasant Valley comes ripping out onto 28. I'm surprised there haven't been more problems there. I mean, I've been traveling that, and I've lived down there for over 60 years. Fortunately, never seen an accident there, but certainly they come out of there. So I think if anything, that intersection should be changed. I don't disagree with some of the detention ponds that they want to put in on Crescent Lake Avenue and at the head of Pleasant Valley Road. At the high school, during school years, the only time they have an issue is when the buses come out and the kids come out from the Arts Center. We do have 2 SROs that direct the traffic for that 15 to 20 minutes. So I don't feel it's necessary to have a roundabout at McManus Road. What's the matter with having another one at the high school? But I just think that the state can save some money, maybe extend the repairs of 28 past the high school more towards South Wolfeboro or towards the Alton line like it originally was, but because of cost, they've brought it back to Pleasant Valley Road. So my feeling is that we don't need the roundabouts. I think that, like I said, driving into Wolfeboro will not make it the same. If we widen some of the road beds and fix up our sidewalks, I think that makes a lot more sense than investing a lot of money into the roundabout. That's my feeling.
Brad?
I had a conversation with a person who just recently retired from DOT, who was in charge of planning and community assistance, which all these projects run through down at DOT. And she told me that when these types of projects do come through, they are always completely funded by DOT. And I kind of explained, well, we were under the impression, as Dave pointed out, the white line to white line interpretation there and stuff. And they said, well, that might be for maintenance of what's already there and stuff, but when they're coming in to do a project, they will always pay for the entire thing, you know, sidewalks, drainage, everything there. So that being said, I also got very involved when I was in the position in Ossipee Public Works when they were talking about the roundabout going in at 171 and 28. I understand that's a completely different type of roundabout, but I did delve deeply into the construction, the theory, and how they operate. Granted, when in July and August, when the downtown is absolutely packed, yeah, traffic's going to back up through there. Whether you have a roundabout, enhanced lanes, traffic signals, doesn't matter what you have there on those certain times of those days, and that's not going to be all day long either. We all know that traffic fluctuates during that busy time also. What the roundabout will do, and I am in support of the roundabout, what the roundabout will do is, right now the way it's set up, when say if you're coming up Center Street, you want to turn left, head down South Main Street up towards the high school. You have to look at traffic coming in 1, 2, 3, 4 different directions to pay attention to. Traffic heading north on South Main Street coming towards you from the school. You got a lane of traffic that's turning right onto Center Street, line of traffic heading into town. Coming the other direction, you have a line of traffic coming up that's going to turn onto Center Street and continue heading, and other traffic heading down up toward the high school. So you got 4 directions of traffic you got to pay attention to before you can even think about pulling out. With a roundabout there, you come into it, you always have to bear right. You're only concerned about one line of traffic, and that's the traffic that's going to come through that's heading into the downtown. Once you get into the roundabout, then you have the right-of-way to continue around to the exit of the roundabout that you want to continue on, whether it's downtown, South Main, or South Main Street there. So in my opinion, it'll help immensely the issue that most people have, which is coming up Center Street, getting out onto South Main Street. A lot of the notion that from the last public hearing was that, there was a lot of concerns about taxpayer money going into this. And as I stated in the beginning here, this is completely funded by DOT. It's all federal highway money coming into it. The money's going to get spent somewhere in some town to enhance their traffic issues there. So why not have Wolfeboro take, when it has an opportunity to have some improvements done in town, to take advantage of that opportunity and get the project that's going to help the town the most. And in my opinion, the roundabout at Pickering Corner would greatly help us in that regard. Up at the high school, I'm not so sure. I think enhanced lanes might be more appropriate up there. What I believe is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Linda, you believe you asked the question, is if you guys design it into the project, you can always take it out, but once you take it out, you can't put it back in.
That was my understanding.
Yeah, that's what I recall from that meeting also. So to have them, and they absolutely need to have that support letter from this board of which direction to go before they can continue any further with the design process to start getting these developed and get it in their schedule for construction in 2026 or 27, whenever that date was. So that's where I am with this. I'm in favor of the roundabout. I think it would be a huge improvement for the town, and it's also would have the least amount of impact on the Brewster campus and of the parking spaces along, kind of across from the corner store and the pavilion and stuff there along by the Brewster Field, because you're not going to be adding a turn lane. You're going to be losing all those spaces there to be able to stack cars up and get them by and stuff. That sidewalks have to be shifted. I believe there's poles going down that side, so you're going to have guy wires that are going to be going further back into the Brewster campus there. And I think no matter what you do there, the monument's going to be an issue. We're going to have to deal with that one way or the other, no matter what we end up doing here. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Okay, Paul?
Thank you. I joined the Route 28 committee, I think in 2016. And so the suggestion that this is new information to people is probably not accurate. I participated in, I think, 4 context-sensitive solutions in this great hall where we had New Hampshire DOT, Stantec, and others in the 4 corners exploring different configurations and options. I participated in conversations with the Three Sisters, with the gas station across the street, with the Brewster Academy people, to try to sort out how something in that intersection could work, might work. And we got a lot of input from a lot of people on that. On September 17th of 2018, the Board of Selectmen's chairperson, Linda Murray, sent a letter to New Hampshire DOT and said, please accept our input on what we're doing here, on what you're contemplating doing, and I'll leave it for the minutes. But what was recommended at that time is still kind of where I come out on this, and that is we got to make sure that Brewster Academy maintains the existing Academy Drive entrance. We want to see more crosswalks at the Richardson House and other places up the street. We want to see an extension of the right turning lane heading north and south on Route 28. Brad, that's what you were just talking about. Linda has always been a fervent supporter of getting the speed limit down to 20 miles an hour in front of the Children's Center. We want an installation of signage alerting motorists to stop for pedestrians. We want enhanced lighting installed at the crosswalks. We want improved striping of the left turn lanes. The mini roundabout at Pickering Corner was deemed to be acceptable. and there was and it was in bold letters, acceptable. A signalized, lights was not preferred, and I still don't prefer lights. I remember when someone suggested we'd put in traffic lights, and there was a laughter in the audience when that came up. Yeah, there was some new information the other night about, we're going to tear down some trees and move some poles. That's the way I think projects work. I do. And yeah, there was some new information about white line to white line, and maybe that's the way projects work. They do. So I dropped out of this equation when I left the board a few years ago and tried to get myself back into it. Here's where I come out on this based upon what I've seen. I do believe that there's been an adequate traffic analysis done. I do believe there's been good modeling done of traffic flows, and that was here in context-sensitive solutions several times. I do believe that a roundabout at the Pickering corner is probably, a mini roundabout is probably acceptable. I think that's acceptable. I join with Brad. I was never convinced that we could do anything down by the high school with a roundabout. That one to me, I don't think a roundabout down there works. I think I mentioned that the other night. I just don't understand how all this stuff coming out of Pleasant Valley Road works. I do realize that our friends at DOT are going to pay for it, but they're not going to pay for the trees. And so, and again, I will thank Linda for letting me read the Arbor Day presentation the night that we did that, and then we're going to go cut down all the bloody trees. We have got to have our heads up on this one because it's going to cost a fortune. And we're going to have to deal with replanting the trees. But we are now to the point where we have to signal, I believe, correct me again if I'm wrong, we have to signal to DOT that we're not appropriating money here. This is not an appropriation discussion. This is start the process. And if we decide at some point we don't want to go forward, we can stop it. But I think what they're trying to get from us is a signal of interest, which, by the way, we did back in 2018. Kind of the same letter. And no, there hasn't been anybody in the back room writing letters. So just to clear that one up as well. So I'm kind of in the space. It's a mini roundabout at Pickering, the enhanced striping. We got to deal with the speed limit around the Kingswood Golf Course. That was a conversation we had. I don't think we're going to get a cut and cover tunnel there. We have to deal with that because there's crash data. And I think Captain Libby will tell you there's a fair amount of crashes that take place down by that golf course. So that's kind of where I come out on it. Thanks. Brian?
So I have a resource who's a PhD in municipal planning and showed her the projects that we have in, and her opinion varied compared to the DOT's opinion. I'm not going to say where it goes because it doesn't really matter. She didn't really investigate this fully. I will say that this board is going to be broken. There are going to be people that want roundabouts in one location, people that don't want roundabouts in one location, and vice versa. I know this, that we had 350 people fill out a survey. That's 1/2 of 1% of the town's population. Out of that, 1/4 of 1% wanted a roundabout at Pickering Corner. That is not a scientific sample. That does not give me a good, fuzzy feeling. I personally surveyed double that in the last month walking around town, and I got completely different results. Yes, we've done a great job. DOT's done a great job. We've made 5 available meetings. DOT has been here and has talked to us. However, when something's 14 years out, a lot of people don't listen. When the shovel hits the ground, that's when people start to listen. So, what do I want for a roundabout here, there, and everywhere? Not necessarily, to me, doesn't matter. And I don't think that a board of 5 with 1/4 of 1% of the population telling them what they think should be done is representative of our town. I believe that we can tell the DOT that we want to go forward with this project. We can tell them to start their their engineering work for the most extensive project. They said we can cut back at any time. I believe that this should go to a town vote, that the citizens in town should have the choice of do they want a roundabout at a location here or a location there, and see, do we want to minimize the tree damage from pulling down all the trees? Maybe we tell the state we want to do it in a way where they only open up one lane, or they do something different that they don't customarily do. We can do what we want to do, and I think the citizens have a right, and I would rather see 2,000 people come to the polls and tell us what they want the character of their town to look like, because shame on us if the 5 of us decide what the town's going to look like for the next 50 years without people weighing in on it. That's my take.
I'd like to give some history, because I think that it kind of reacts to what Brian is saying. In 2007, Route 28 from Pickering Corner to Pleasant Valley Road was in deplorable shape, with large potholes where the concrete 10 feet paving base was causing constant potholes. Through the Lakes Region Planning Commission, the Public Works Director advocated and was able to have the reconstruction of Route 28 put on the state's 2009-2018 10-year list of road projects. But because the state did not have funds, Wolfeboro's Route 28 reconstruction project was removed from the 10-year plan. Article 24 of the 2010 warrant, Wolfeboro voters were asked and approved appropriating $99,000 to study Route 28 corridor to have a design to support Route 28 project being placed back on the state's 10-year plan. Using context-sensitive solution process that involves stakeholders developing a transportation facility that fits its physical setting, preserves the scenic history and environmental resources while maintaining safety and mobility. Starting in September 2010 and going through May 2011, the town held 3 public forums to review and discuss several alternative designs developed by Stantec for Route 28 corridor that includes discussions of pedestrian safety at crosswalks, crosswalk lighting, bicycle lane, speed, layout of the corridor, improving drainage, and a lot of talk about the golf course crossing. In May 2011, the Route 28 Steering Committee was formed by the Select Board. This committee held 2 public hearings on different designs. The committee worked with town staff and Stantec to develop 3 broad concept designs with a total of 5 specific alternatives. At Pickering Corner, the steering committee looked at 4-way roundabout, mini roundabout, 4-way traffic signals, 3-way traffic signals, unmodified intersection, and an enhanced intersection to increase stacking lanes. The committee held a public forum with 100 in attendance. At this time, the compact roundabout was not possible. Pleasant Valley Road intersection, the option was to do away with the yield sign, redesign the intersection with a stop sign, and at McManus Road, we talked about slip lanes, turn lanes, and improving the crosswalk up there. As Paul stated, in July 2008, the steering committee produced the Route 28 corridor preliminary project planning report. The Select Board sent a letter to New Hampshire DOT in September 2018 stating that Wolfeboro is defined by its traditional New England character and the presence of Lake Winnipesaukee and Wentworth, scenic vistas such as that at the existing Pickering Corner intersection on New Hampshire Route 109 and 28 define the gateway to our community core. The letter conveyed the town's preferred option for Pickering Corner enhanced intersection. The mini roundabout design was acceptable, but under two conditions: that the gas stations are not affected, and that ensuring the full use and protection of Brewster Academy and Brewster Field, which are both critical to the community, and a signalized intersection is not preferred. The town portion of Route 28 reconstruction and renovation project was done, and the Route 28 project was turned over to the state of New Hampshire DOT for DOT to start its process in 2018. New Hampshire DOT's purpose for Route 28 corridor project is to improve pavement conditions, drainage, water quality, mobility, and safety of Route 28 between Pleasant Valley Road and the intersection of 109, 28, and 28, known as Pickering Corner. The state asked the town to establish an advisory committee, which it did. That committee met, and all those meetings were open to the public in December 2019, and then not again until July 2021, and we all know why. In July, the advisory committee met and discussed a timeline, the cost of the project, cutting the scope of the project, discussing areas the state will address, such as environment, survey of right-of-way, traffic and crash data, roadway design that included tree inventory, existing conditions, purpose, need, and a vision statement, alternate designs, and rating criteria. The committee met on July 30th, August 11th, and October 13th of 2022 to discuss the project. February 16th, 2023, New Hampshire DOT held a public information meeting to discuss traffic modeling simulations with visualizations of each intersection. The state handed out a survey to be returned by April 1st, 2023. The alternates that were visualized, there was a visualization of McManus Road with the different alternatives, Pickering Corner, some crossing plans with crosswalks. They talked about drainage and water quality. August 24th, 2023, New Hampshire held another public hearing and had received 46 surveys. Based on that public hearing, New Hampshire DOT opened up the survey again until September 30th, and now there were 300 responses to that. When I look at the project, my real concern is the need to build out 3 lanes in order to keep 2 lanes of traffic open all the time. And I was driving the other day, and I looked at what happened to Route 16 from Green Mountain Furniture North, and here you had this large construction. They took down the road, the sides of the road, but they still only have 2 lanes of traffic. That's what they had to do it, and I started taking that and thinking about how that would look coming downtown. And so I really think the town needs to push to make sure that doesn't happen, that we don't have 3 lanes. I know it'll be awful. I know we'll be backed up, but the look, I think, will be devastating. I'm not for a roundabout at McManus Road. I can go either way with a roundabout or enhanced intersection at Pickering Corner. If you would like to take a look at a section of Route 28 right now that has the road layout as proposed by New Hampshire DOT, go to the McManus Road intersection, and you will see that there's about a 4.5-foot sidewalk, a 5-inch curbing, a 5-foot shoulder, then 2 12-feet travel lanes, and then you have a 5-foot shoulder on the other side, then you're curbing 5 inches, and then your 4.5-inch sidewalk. That's what's going to be coming down the whole way from McManus Road all the way down into the downtown. So as I'm driving down, what happens is as you get past the high school and you get to the golf course right below the Voc Ed Center, you'll see the sidewalk. There was a sidewalk, and then there was about a foot of space that's been filled in. For a while, we were hoping that we could put some green space there. Well, you couldn't maintain anything in that small space. But if you look at the other side, there's no shoulder, and there are trees and drainage, no sidewalk. And you don't have any sidewalk on the left-hand side of the road coming into the town until you get to the library again. And then you start getting the sidewalk, but now we get a section of grass and a little shoulder and then the road, and that layout comes all the way down into Pickering Corner. So I kept on trying to picture what this whole area would look like in the in the design of McManus Road. So I think that's something that people should go look at as we move forward. I agree. I would like to tell the state to move forward. I agree that we have opportunities to have further discussion and take a look at whether we do want the roundabouts, how we do really want our corridor to look. I know for a fact we need to do something about that road base. It's time, I think they were saying it was 1930, the last time any major work had been done on that road. That is time, and I think we have, they did say 2027 for construction. I think we have plenty of time to keep on having public input. I don't have any problem putting something on the warrant. That sounds like a reasonable option to do also. So that's where I am on it. Board members, yes, Brad.
Yeah, there's one thing I forgot to mention during my commentary was probably one of the most important things is pedestrian safety. When you get into a roundabout at Pickering Corner right now, pedestrians, like the way I explained the traffic turning and the lanes you have to watch, the pedestrians are in the same boat. They need to really pay attention to multiple lanes of traffic to try and get across the road. When you have the roundabout in there, you have raised islands in the middle, in each of the oncoming lanes, so that a pedestrian trying to get across the street only has to look at one lane of traffic in one direction to get to the raised island there, and then they can turn the focus to the other direction for the other lane of traffic. Much safer, which I think actually is one of the most important aspects of that intersection there too, was make a better opportunity for the people to cross, especially when Brewster Academy's in session, and we know a lot of the kids come across there daily and stuff out through there. So, and it also opened up the opportunity to have that crossing on the other side of Pickering Corner, where there isn't one now in front of the Three Sisters store. So, I did want to mention that, get that in there too. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I see you, Brian.
So this is a question that's going to, or a statement that's going to include Captain Libby. Captain Libby, lots of pedestrian accidents at Pickering Corner? He didn't go to the mic, so I'll say he said no and shook his head. And I do have a little experience there. I was the walking bus for 14 years for summer school for the Carpenter School. So I walked back and forth to the Children's Center 5 or 6 times a day with 2 to 6 kids in tow with me using the current crosswalks and everything, and we did it in a generally safe manner. We crossed where it was safe and appropriate to do so, and
I know that the Children's Center is very pleased with the blinking light to get their kids across. When I was on the board there, we had a route that they had to travel. They had to go to the other side of the road and go down the church side in Brewster Field. They could not cross with those kids at Pickering Corner because of all the turning, and that was a good point, Brad.
That's the way I still did it, even when there was.
But that is it. They had to do that, and then they had to go out with the stop sign to get the kids across. So the blinker is far better. I don't know if the board wants to take any public comment at this point, or whether we would just want to go on and send a letter saying we want to move forward.
I would like public comment.
Other board members? Okay. Any public comment?
You'll see I was one of the undersigned, and I wanted to clarify, because I think I've been to every single one of the meetings that happened over the, how many years you mentioned, maybe not way, way, way back, but every meeting was different. So if you hadn't gone to all the meetings, it was confusing, and if you'd been to all the meetings, there were changes and it was confusing. And I think a lot of us were confused the other night because you were surprised at what the DOT was going to do. So I think the feeling is things had changed. You're going to write a letter and no public input. Is that where we are? And if you do that letter and commit the town, will there be tax dollars at risk? I'm not hearing, do you get that in writing from the DOT, that the only expenses are the trees? It seems very nebulous. As all those meetings, each iteration has been sort of a new world. I mean, we had the major roundabout at one point that was going to cause a new entrance at Brewster. Things have changed a lot through all these processes. And I disagree with Paul, and I think you ended up realizing that the meeting changed after the DOT spoke. So I think going to a warrant article is really important. I don't have a personal preference, but I think communication and knowing what the town will pay, what the taxpayers will pay, and what all of you are committing to in writing would be really important. It's about communication. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hi, Bobby Budman. I just have one quick question, Linda. When we passed the warrant article for the 90,000, was
99.
Say that again.
99,000. Yes.
When we passed that, was that with the intent that the voters did want to proceed forward with this project?
At that point, we wanted to design so we could get our plan back on the 10-year plan. And so the more work a town had done and was ready to go, the better chance you had to be on the 10-year plan. So we did a lot of visioning in that period of time. This has been a project that's kind of grown and grown, and you're right, it changes and stuff, but it changes because we've learned other things.
Like on June 5th. So I can't remember when they were, what date were they here when we all were looking at the design plans and everything? Was that?
I think that was in February. There was February 2023, and then in August 2023, they came back with the result when the people at that meeting asked for the survey to go out again and get more.
So at the August meeting, that was like really the first time that I think as a citizen, I came and it was like, wow, this, you know, we did have different options and we did get to see options on paper. And the on paper, I know it's part of the process. And all five of you tonight really represented, like you all said things that I was sitting there going, yes, I agree, I agree, I agree, I agree. And I think that's part of the problem is there's just so many different opinions out there and so many different ideas that we haven't honed in on to bring it together. Most of the citizens don't know that that roundabout is not having green space in the middle of that roundabout, that it has to be a roundabout where the buses can cross over and the logging trucks can cross over and all those trucks that use this state road. It is a state road, and citizens are just finding out that that roundabout isn't like the one in Ospey. Everybody keeps saying the roundabout in Ospey. This is not the roundabout in Ospey. And I just want to point out with that roundabout, Brad, that at our busiest time, when we're talking about the roundabout, we have our school buses and we have trucks, and we are our busiest times, the trucks and the buses are going to be using that roundabout as though it doesn't even exist. So at our busiest times, the roundabout isn't even going to function as a roundabout. And I just think that is something that we should be talking about and considering. And again, there are a lot of plans out there. But I thank you, Brian, for bringing up the warrant article, to bring up a warrant. I think it really would be nice if the voters, whether you call a public meeting and you know, I mean, we obviously have to meet a certain amount of voters at the public meeting, which I don't think would ever happen in our town over this. But the warrant article is, I appreciate you bringing that up because I think it really helps the voters be part of this. So, thank you.
I guess the last time I remember us having the divide that we have today was for this town hall. It took us many, many, many tries and a wide variety of opinion and about a 50-50 split. Suzanne.
Suzanne Ryan. I think I've been a familiar face to every one of those meetings. And many of the people that were at the last meeting were at many of those meetings as well. As David commented, I've seen many of these faces before. So I really feel a little insulted that you think we're not following, maybe just because we don't come to a meeting. People are watching, people are following, and have followed. And I bring you back to the Granite State News some years ago, probably 2018 or earlier, when Scott Ducharme stood in the middle of the road over by the golf course somewhere, I believe, with a shovel in hand and said, just fix the damn road. That's all we wanted.
And then he wrote bam, bash, as you would drive and hit the different holes.
And then he and David Ford had a little spat about this whole thing. And then we had the whole white line discussion, for which David Ford imprinted on my brain. You can only go white line to white line. The state will only do that. And then they drop on us at the last meeting, oh no, we'll do the whole thing. And Brad, to your comment, that we should take the money. Well, you know what? Maybe we don't have to take the money. Let some other poor town that's in a worse predicament take the money. It's not going to solve the traffic problem. It's a funnel. You pour it in one side, in one end of the funnel, and it's not coming out the other because we've got a gridlock. And there's nothing that can be done about it unless the town takes it upon themselves to reroute the traffic over Lake, whatever road it is, to Pine Hill.
Crescent Lake.
Crescent Lake and around, which will probably never happen. But as for the roundabout at Pickering Corner, Brad, you mentioned how that it would be a smaller raised bed kind of arrangement. Mr. Ayotte said, in fact, I kind of laughed out loud, it's going to be gravel. It's going to be a small gravel circle. His words, gravel. Thank you very much. Put down all the gravel you want because I'm driving straight through it. I'm not going around. Until the police catch me. You got me. I get a ticket. I'm with Dave. Go back to the original plan of fixing the road. Maybe some widening. not at the expense of losing our gateway to trees and poles being moved and taxpayers' dollars. In fact, the poles maybe have to be moved twice, take them out, put them back. We have no substantial firm number on what it's going to cost the taxpayers. Whoop-de-doo, we get some free money and we make a mess of the entryway. I am not in favor of it. I will say it over and over again to anybody who wants to listen to me. And I think Maggie Sturr said it best, and I don't always agree with her, but why sacrifice our aesthetic beauty and our I can't remember what she called it, for the sake of traffic? Traffic trumps our Wolfeboro face of our community. It's going to destroy it. We haven't seen any kind of sketch that shows what's going to get destroyed, a drawing that shows that. Just fix the damn road and leave the rest alone. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed my most important thought. Part of the traffic corridor is the fact that our children do not have a bike lane. And part of this project is putting in a bike lane. And that is absolutely crucial. We have, our whole town is connected. Our schools from down here at Carpenter up to Crescent Lake, our middle school, our high school, our art center, our children are riding on sidewalks, and even the adults, and I'm one of them, my husband's one of them, we don't bring our cars in the summer, we ride our bikes. And part of our master plan is to make our town more bike-friendly. And this plan, using these state funds and fixing this corridor, actually are part of our master plan. So I wanted to point that out. I think turning away money, turning away fixing a road, part of fixing the road, part of fixing the traffic is making this a bike-friendly town. Thank you.
And I like, myself, I like bike paths off the road. Shoulders are well and good, but you're still very close to traffic and logging trucks and everything else. I would prefer a bike path. Roundabouts, we'll talk about that later, but I would prefer my bike path up on the grass area beside the sidewalk. In its own dedicated area, they do it all through Europe, they're doing it all through communities all through the country. Dedicated bike lane off of the road.
Okay, Selectmen, are we done making comments? I think we need to have a motion. Oh, sorry, Bill.
Nothing major for comments, but I think we need to go forward with this. We can't go back to horse and buggies. We're going forward. There's going to be more traffic. We need a better road coming into town. It's not going to destroy the look of the town coming in once the road is finished. The roundabouts are another question. Personally, I like the safety of the roundabout, especially at Pickering Corner. And I think the traffic, while you can't control the quantity of the traffic, I believe the roundabout, studies they've done has shown that traffic moves more freely through sections of roundabouts. And especially coming up from down by Dunkin' Donuts up to Pickering Corner, those people cannot go down South Main Street for minutes upon minutes. You probably noticed that once you get above this intersection right here, where people will let you out, it's not as good up there at the Pickering Corner. You have to sit there longer to let people have you come out. So I think if you put forward the letter that you want to go through with the project, you don't have to say whether we want the roundabouts at the moment anyway, so we can sort of stall on that and get more input, like Brian said, and see if we can get more people to comment on it and see what we come up with for options. But I think we do need to go forward with the project.
So Linda, I'm okay going forward with a letter, but I would like included in the letter to the DOT that we will be bringing this to a town warrant, that we will let you engineer for the largest project possible, but it will be going to a town vote so that if it needs to be scaled back based on what our citizens say, we listen to them.
I have no problem saying to DOT, there are conditions that we are still looking at, and we may tailor the whole thing back. Whether we take it to a vote or not, I think is our decision. I don't think that that's necessarily what DOT needs to hear. What we're saying is we'll okay this, but we are going to make changes. This is not the final plan we're going to go forward with.
So when would we make that decision as a board, whether or not we're going to, because if we send a letter now and the train is out of the station, sometimes it's hard to get the train back.
When we go out with it, we will say, we're giving you the permission to move forward with the project, but we have not finished or decided on all the elements of the project. Brad?
I think part of that answer too, Brian, would be that statement that was made at the last meeting that they could do the design with everything in it, and we can take stuff out.
You just
moving
can't put stuff
forward.
back
And
in.
this is going to be, I mean, they're not going to do this design in about a month or two or anything like that. This is going to be, you go well into next year at least, if not longer. So you do have the opportunity to say, okay, do the design, roundabout at Pickering Corner roundabout at Kingswood. And then we have the opportunity to have our meetings and get the input that we want from the public and say, okay, we'd rather pull that out now and go with enhanced lanes or whatever decision we make, because they could pull those out and scale back. But if we limit it in the beginning, you're not going to be able to have the meeting and have the public say, well, gee, we decided we want to have a roundabout now. That won't happen.
So what I hear is that what I'm hearing is we want to tell them to go forward, that we want to notify them that we plan to take things out, that this is not the final plan, that we still want to get more public input.
Yeah. We reserve the right to take things out.
And that we
well,
want
and
more
that's
public
what
input.
I've said that twice now tonight, that I don't mind engineering for the largest project. However, I am going to die on the hill that the voters have a chance to weigh in on this.
Brian, I agree with you, but we're not here yet to make decisions about warrant articles. I would support you in that. I'm just trying to get the letter out. That's another discussion. When we get to warrant articles, that we're going to put that in how we're going to word that. And if you and I are saying we want it, all 5 of us haven't taken a vote on that. I think right now we're trying to get the language. And if I say we want to get more public input, that covers a warrant article. And we're trying to get the letter out the door and not be too specific, because we haven't had a discussion about
So
it.
then I would like in the letter that we will get more public input, including the possibility of a town election. I want it in writing, because I don't want it pulled on the citizens of town. I will not let that happen today.
Brian, I don't think anybody on this board is going to pull anything on the citizens of the town. I said I would support you on it. But we aren't there. And I'll put it up to the rest of the board. So I need a motion, and I want to hear what you guys want put in. I tried to summarize it.
So I'll make a motion that any letter that we send to the DOT that discusses the project includes in the writing that the board reserves the right to have more informational meetings and to have the possibility of including a town vote for the project.
Do I have a second? Okay. Let's see. Anybody else want to take?
I'd move.
Are you seconding it?
No.
Okay.
I think you said it failed.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't what you were doing.
I'd move that we send a letter telling them to proceed with a reservation of rights that we can reduce scope based upon more public input. That's about as far, and it's irrelevant at this moment to say to DOT, yeah, we're going to have a town election. I mean, DOT is going to say, well, fine, you can do that. I mean, that's up to us. That's up to us. But I say we send a letter to DOT, say proceed, motion, with a reservation of right that we can reduce scope.
And we're going to get more public input.
And we'll get more public input.
All three has to be there. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so I've got a first by Paul, a motion by Paul, second by Dave. Do I have any further discussion?
Yeah, I think we're doing a disservice to the citizens. I don't think that they're going to think that we are protecting them to have the input that they need, because we're not guaranteeing them that we are going to let them have a vote on what they want for construction at Pickering Corner and at McManus Road. I think we're doing them a disservice. This is the largest physical appearance change that the town will see on that corridor in the next 50 years. And if we don't let them have their say, I think we're doing them a huge disservice.
Okay.
But the predicate there, if I could, to the chairman, I don't think we're going to not let people come to the microphone and talk. Or am I missing something?
No, we are
It's
going to
not
allow
about talking, it's about voting. There's a difference between
Brian.
50 people or 300 people talking and people voting.
Brian.
2,000 people voting.
Brian, we understand that, all
Thank you.
right? And I think that, you know, I'm more than willing to go for a warrant article. When we get to the warrant articles, we'll do it. I don't think anybody on this board is not going to allow the public to have the say or the public to have a right to go to the microphone. I think by saying to DOT, we're going to gather more public input covers it. And I think that to say that we're not going to do that, I think is a discussion that we need to have later. So I have a motion by Paul, second by Dave. Any other further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? 1. Okay. We'll move on. Next item is the lease that's due for the Peter Ford lease for the 2 propane tanks. I had this put on the agenda because I do not know how the board wants to move forward. I have some things I'd like to add, but does any selectman, we've all had an opportunity to look at the lease. Are there any changes, additions that anybody would like to include in this lease?
We need to remove the landscaping plan language.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. All right.
That's what I had.
And there's a question on... Yeah, there's a question on whether or not we need to determine who is going to maintain the fence. Is it the town's responsibility? Is it the leasee's responsibility? Who's going to maintain the fence?
My understanding, it's his fence, and when we talked to him, and we talked here, is that he would maintain the fence. It's his.
Okay, so if he maintains it, then who controls the color and when it's maintained? Should that be in the lease agreement that on an annual basis, it's inspected by Parks and Rec and it's maintained? We need to have some kind of language in it.
I don't have any problem with that, that we put some language into being maintained. I would like attached to this, I went to the, Mr. Ford told me that he had given the planning board a trash plan. And I went to the town planner, and there is no written trash plan.
There ain't any.
So I think that we should attach to this a schedule of a trash plan and some fines if that plan is not followed.
Do we, Madam Chairman, do we want to give Mr. Ford some guidance as to what we think makes sense? And the reason for a trash plan, and the reason I mention that is when we had Mr. Ford visiting the last time, this discussion briefly came up, And, I asked him about the frequency of moving trash into receptacles during the business day. And I said, it's disruptive. Consider moderating the frequency of putting the trash out. And he said, yeah, that's part of our trash plan. Unfortunately, I couldn't find one either. So do we want to give him some guidance?
Yeah, I think...
My thinking would be, and I'm just going to throw it out there, it's probably, you take your trash out any time of the day you want, between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m., unless there's something going on at Kate Park, and then you can't do it. I'm just being provocative, but take your trash out any time of the day, between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. Don't move any trash into your receptacles during the business day.
Oh, I think I agree with you.
But I might give him some structure.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. Or he comes and gives us a plan, and we tell him whether it works for me. I was saying that you could put your trash in any time after 9:30 at night, and through let's say 6 a.m. in the morning. He can have his trash. It can be dumped, and then during the time when we're going to have people down there, it can't be picked up and it can't be put in.
Yeah, I think it makes sense that he comes to us with a plan. We look at it and we see if it's acceptable to what we think happens at the park.
And if I could, not as long as we're not doing volley, because this would take years. Why don't we, if we could give some structure that says we'd like you to come and have a chat with us about times of day, hint 6 to 9 a.m. in the morning. We'd like to have some clarity that you're not moving trash in the receptacles. Hint, can't happen from 11 a.m. in the morning until 10 p.m. at night. Hint, because if not, I just worry that we'll be just lobbing one over the net, waiting, lobbing it back, and 6-8 months from now, we'll be sitting there saying, we ain't got nothing.
Well, Dockside does walk with bags during the day and put it in their dumpster. And
but they're not walking on our pathway into our park.
No, they're walking on our parking lot.
Well, that's very different.
And Garwood's, and I like both of these people, and I like the restaurants. Garwood's does carry their garbage out their front door, down the sidewalk, and into an alley beside their building.
All right.
So, okay, let's just let him bring us a policy, and let's just make sure it's reasonable.
Well, I'll give you what has happened just the last couple of days, and I will tell you, I think he has tried really hard to keep those trash cans, but it's getting busy. And they're young kids walking out with trash bags, pull the trash can out, plop it in, and walk away. And you know where the trash can stays, in the walkway.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Correct.
And there has to be some kind of a written plan that that's not going to happen with a penalty behind it.
Yep.
So Mr. Ford will put enough pressure on his tenants to make sure their employees don't do that. And I'm with Paul. Let's give him a structure and let him come back to us if it doesn't work.
And if I could chime in back again? So, I was there last evening having a nice cold bubbly beverage, and, someone was walking a bag out there. We got to be consistent. We can't say, hey, it's different over there because, we got to be consistent. So we probably should learn how trash is disposed of in other places. That's a terrible thing to have to go learn about. But I think for us, Linda, I think you and I are pretty close here. Let's just give them a couple of hints that say we would find it perfectly acceptable if, we're not trying to solve a major issue here. We're just trying to make sure that, and I think he agreed with us, that he doesn't want his place to look like
I
trash.
think so too,
Yeah, he said he was going to build his screen.
Now, allegedly, that all got discussed at the planning board. There's no minutes of that. There's no meeting that, other than there was an observation of a meeting. So we could get back and try to figure that out. But I think here's some structure. Can you stay within that structure? And if not, tell us why you can't, and we'll think about it.
Brad?
Yeah, I agree. I think there's an issue down there and how this is all happening right now and stuff. But the concern I have is I don't think that this is a Board of Selectmen's purview to to solve this. I believe it should be done at the planning and zoning level and enforcement there. They have the mechanisms there with the code enforcement officer to enforce the provisions of the approval. Granted, I know people have been looking for the trash plan and can't find it and stuff like that, but if that was a condition of their approval, that would have to be provided, and that would be provided through the planning department to enforce that, and they have the opportunity on an occupancy permit to make sure that that is done, in a timely manner before that's opened up. So personally, I think that's where that belongs, to be done there. I know there's been conversations, and I believe Mr. Ford has agreed that a wooden type structure in front instead of the curtain is better. I think we all agree with that, and I think it was mentioned that they needed to find out if they needed to go back to planning board for that change or not, and I don't know whatever became of that conversation, but I still think all this belongs back to the planning and zoning department for enforcement and to get that resolved there.
I would feel that way if when I went there and asked for a plan, there was one. When I went there and asked for, do you have it, when he says he did, nobody has it.
Right.
They're also, the difference is, and you're right, in terms of the plan and the fencing, that's all planning board, but the trash cans are on town property. That's where it comes over to us, and it's on our walkway into the park. And that's what people take offense to, and they're tired of seeing the trash, and I think when they put the fence up, we'll take care of seeing it. But there has to be something that is motivating to get the employees not to leave the trash cans on the sidewalk. That's the offense. And they go in, I'm less concerned about, if they could drop the trash off, they had them stacked and could drop it off from their property. But I think the way it's designed, the only way they're going to fill those trash cans are to bring it out on town property, from what I saw.
If he puts his wooden lattice work up, then he can't bring them out
No,
onto...
he was going to have a door on it. It was going to have a barn door. That was his suggestions, but he right now has the lattice right up to the edge, so the only way you can get the trash cans out is this way.
But at least the trash cans wouldn't be left on the walkway, they would be pushed back underneath.
Mm-hmm. Dave?
This thing we have right here tonight is just the lease agreement about the propane tanks. Got nothing to do with the rubbish or trash or anything else.
I was asking to have it attached to the lease, have the trash plan attached to the lease, that when he signed the lease, he was
I see
signing
this.
on to that trash.
This is just the agreement as far as the tanks are concerned, and the only thing I have, same as Brian, was number 6, the landscaping plan. But as far as the trash, I kind of have to agree with Brad that it seems like that's a planning board issue.
And and I agree with Dave, and the fence and maintaining it is pertinent because it covers the tanks, which are what the lease agreement is.
Right, that's what this is about.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is the only change we want to do is to paragraph 6, and we want that related to the fence and the maintenance of the fence, nothing else. Paul?
So technically speaking, he came to the planning board and he did a site plan review and he got conditions of approval, and one of the conditions of approval was to have some type of a trash plan, and as the story goes, that was delegated to the chairman and the vice chairman to have a private meeting with, or have a meeting with the applicant, and that meeting took place, but there were no minutes taken of the meeting. So that's the fact pattern, as I understand it, there. So the trash is now in a bucket inside his property, and I would agree with Mr. Harriman, we don't mess around with private property. But then I also have to agree with you, Linda, that trash is now coming onto public property. And there's got to be some, something there that says, look, Again, I think Peter Ford was standing there, the head was going up and down saying, yeah, I agree. So I think we just say, within this, I hate to beat it here, within this structure, come back with an idea of how you intend to do that. Hint, after midnight, before 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. in the morning. And as it relates to the fence, it is his fence. He owns it. Should there be an annual inspection? Sure. Do we? But I think the trash issue is something that we have to we can settle this. I mean, it doesn't.
My understanding is we're looking at least the majority of the board does not want to put anything about the trash in the lease.
Sounds that way.
And that the only paragraph they wanted to change was paragraph 6.
Yeah,
sounds that way.
We also have a littering ordinance that can be enforced. All you have to do is call and have littering taken care of. And if you want, you can call Food Safety, Health and Human Services, and they will come down and look at his trash there. And if they think it's unacceptable, they'll do something about it. So you have mechanisms.
All right, so we are in agreement on this, that one change on the lease, and that's it. Okay, let's move on. Millie B, permission to move space during Winnipesaukee Day. Mr. Pidio?
Yeah, it's my understanding that they would like to move it for Winnipesaukee Day. I don't really have any other details other than that. I think we did this last year as well.
We definitely did. Okay. Anybody have any discussion? If not, I'd like a motion.
Motion. You want to do it, Dave?
That was Brad.
I'll make a motion to allow the Millie B to spend a few hours out of it spotted over at the public docks while the mount is docked. They run short a cruise special during the event of Winnipesaukee Day.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Brad, second by Brian. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next item is a ambulance service evaluation ad hoc committee. Mr. Pinio?
Yeah, so I'm in the final stages of evaluating the request for proposals of the two firms who bid to review the proposal that was built for ambulance services for the town of Wolfeboro moving forward. I think the board and probably the citizens who are following this have a pretty clear understanding of where I stand on this, and as a result of that, I feel that I am marginally conflicted in being able to move this project forward. Therefore, I feel that it would make the most sense to create a ad hoc committee made up of the fire chief, finance director, fire department, union staff, 2 Board of Selectmen members, 2 budget committee members, and 2 residents of the town of Wolfeboro to work through this in conjunction with whomever we pick for a consultant to basically give us, the Board of Selectmen, a recommendation in conjunction with the contractor who's picked, and to be able to deliver this proposal to the citizens as we move forward. The chief is here if you have any questions for him. I think the memo kind of lays it out clearly where I lie and the reason we got there. And I think this is probably one of the major decisions for our town moving forward for consideration. And I do know that Paul O'Brien has expressed significant interest in wanting to be involved.
I would also like to.
Okay. Brian and Paul. So again, we're going to have this committee, and we're also going to hire a consultant.
Correct.
All righty. Does a board member have any other comments or concerns, questions?
Would you like a motion to approve this plan moving
Yeah,
forward?
and a date to advertise in your motion? Get it advertised.
What date would you like to have inserted in that, Jim? Or
I'd like it
the chief.
as soon as we can.
I'll get it advertised tomorrow.
Tomorrow sounds good.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to approve the format that the town manager presented to the board to put together an ad hoc committee for the ambulance service evaluation. And Brian and Paul would be the reps from the Board of Selectmen. And to
Do I
be
have a
advertised
second?
as soon as possible.
Sorry. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, so that.
If everything goes smoothly and we get people of interest, I would contemplate bringing the people who reach out to us in front of the board for the July 10th meeting.
That would be great.
Madam Chairman,
Yep.
I want to thank Jim for mentioning my name. I have been interested in this for a while, and I appreciate you recommending my name, Jim. Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda, I need a motion to go into the Libby trustees meeting.
So move. Second.
Third.
Okay, so I had Paul and then Brad.
Yep.
All righty, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. My understanding is that Paul and Brad have some discussion items on the building. I thought we got an email
We do.
about the
Yeah, we do.
building.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
You want to go first, Brad, or you want me to go?
Go ahead, Paul.
All right, so I was going to give a slide presentation tonight. It's done, but it was missing two pages, so I asked our chairman if I could pull that and not present it tonight. So we'll try to get that for our next meeting. Here's what you will see. You will see how much money we have accrued for the Libby docks through the payment of dues. You're going to see how much money we've spent on the Libby since 2019 for what I call routine maintenance. Casey's done a great job pulling that together. You're going to see the warrant article that approved us setting aside $300,000 back in 2019. You'll see the balance of the Schroth fund. I probably got that name incorrectly.
No, you're right.
Right. Okay, thank you. I will not enclose a copy of the Libby trust documents, but those are obviously available. Brad and I visited with our beloved Steve Randall. We visited the Libby. We took some images of both the outside and the inside of the building. We did kind of an observation of what the environment looks like. And one of the things I think there's a do now would be to take a good hard look at, test the air quality in the building, look for lead paint, but if that has to wait until I give the formal report, I can do that. We did not have any information from Quantum. Quantum is a consultancy, I think, Brad, that you've retained. They visited out there on the 5th, and why show you what we found when we don't have, the Quantum report yet? So I guess Brad will talk about that coming along. The condition of the Libby docks, I took some photography of that. There's clearly the dock itself has, what do you call them, cribs? Cribs are busted. We don't know whether that's because of not bubbling them in the wintertime or whether we have barge traffic just slamming against the docks. Who knows? The dock is wavy gravy. The pad at the bottom of the docks where people launch their boats, those pads are intact. However, there's divots underneath them from people power loading, so there's going to probably have to be a curative to be done on that. The town manager has been sending what I would call reminder notices to people who are using commercial barge traffic that is using that dock and not paying their annual dues. There have been written letters of complaint as well as images taken of those people. That's in flight. So what you'll see is that's the condensed version of what you're going to see. We'll report out to you as soon as we get the Quantum information, which hopefully will be in the next few days. There is also, when I continue to get this wrong, what's the name of that preservation company, Brad, that you were?
Preservation timber framing.
Preservation timber framing has not yet been retained, but they're going to come out and take a look at the building. So I think what you're going to hear from at least from me, is there's going to be like, let's do some things now. There are some things that we can do now that we don't have to wait, to figure things out. And you'll see that that there's obviously some things we can do now. But we also came across, which we've been talking about at the workshop level, and this is where I'm going to pitch it over to you, Brad. We also came across kind of an issue that I think we need to tee up for our workshop activities. Over to you.
Yep. Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I've been in contact with Quantum, which is now also H.L. Turner. They've come up, we've met at the Libby. We did a quick walk around, looked at some things there. We talked about the things we'd like to have them perform for us as far as doing some analyzing of the building, come up with a path forward of prioritizing repairs for safety, and kind of prioritizing them so that we're not wasting, doing some work that's going to have to be taken apart later on or whatever there. So ridiculous. That actually, their response back to me with a scope and fee just came in late today. Haven't had a chance to really review it yet. So we'll be doing that and then find out the time frame it will take them to prepare the report for us. I've also reached out to Preservation Timber Framers to come in because we have a soft spot of floor there. They've done work underneath Libby before and repairing some of the supports of the timbers under there. So we're trying to work on a schedule to get them to come up, look at that portion of it for them to come in and get not a quick repair, but get a repair sooner rather than later to make sure that floor is safe for the live loads inside the building there. So that's kind of where we're at with all that. Paul and I have talked along with Steve, and we think probably the best thing is going to be kind of time consuming is to possibly bring this, once we get this information ready to go and stuff, to bring it out at a work session that we could have along maybe at the same time frame where we're reviewing our job descriptions and stuff. Would be a good opportunity to really tackle a couple things, and that would be time consuming in a meeting like this here, which we tend to lately been running fairly long on. So that's kind of my quick synopsis of where we are with that. So
Linda, if I could. Linda?
Yep, go ahead.
So, what you're going to see from us is you're going to see, outside images that say there's significant sheeting of paint coming off the building. I have no idea whether it's lead-based paint or not. We better figure it out. So there's paint coming off the stucco, there's paint coming off the battens, and there's paint coming off the soffits. I don't think those soffits were put in after 1978. Do you know, Dave? Were they put in after 1978?
They were before.
Before. And so the paint on those soffits probably is that stuff that we don't want to talk about. So, we want to get an assessment of that. We saw in the back of the building that the battens have just popped right off and they're inviting little critters to come in and take up residence. So, but the thing that's missing here that we want to talk about in the workshop is, what's the name of the person and how big is the budget to maintain that museum? Who's got that one? And the answer is, we don't have one yet. We have a part-time employee who runs the Libby during the summertime, but we've kind of, I shouldn't say stumbled. This one kind of points out what we were talking about in the workshop activity, that we need to understand the maintaining function. Now, Steve, bless his heart, is down there cutting trees that are hanging on the side of the building, but we're kind of like, we got to have kind of a different theory of the case. And this is something that Jim and I talked about, and Jim talked about during the workshop process. We got to get this thing sorted out as to how we maintain our structures, because the stuff that's going on here is do now stuff. It's not necessarily systemic things. It's fixing soffits that are running water into a building, which is causing the rafters to potentially get soggy, and you can do jumping jacks on them. That's got to get sorted out, or we have to have a different direction. So you'll see this in our report. Sorry it's not available tonight. We just don't have the quantum work to share with you yet.
Just one quick question. Does anybody know who was responsible for maintaining this building 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago? Did we have a point person? Was it the Department of Public Works? Was it the curator at the time who did suggest?
I think everything fell under the Department of Public Works to look at it. When we went and did, I think it was 2010, when we went through all the buildings to bring them up to comply with all ADA accessibility, it was Public Works.
Yeah.
So it's always been under the Public Works, the maintenance, unless it's a specific building like this, was under the town planner. So if we're in a building, we usually gave it, but the Libby, and when we came through and did all the ADA, it all went through Public Works.
Yeah, I think, Linda knows, because you all been here longer than all of us, and I don't mean that to be disrespectful.
Not that much longer than Dave.
At this point, I mean, it's Public Works, but then the question is, you got a budget for that? No. Do you have a clipboard to go around to all the buildings you're supposed to? No. So there's one thing that, you say, well, you got it. There's another thing to say, but you got it, and you got a budget, and you got an objective to go make sure these buildings get worked on. And I think that's what we need to be talking about when we talk, the positions around the town. One last thing, and I mentioned this to Jim. When I was on the board at 1.0, we got concerned because I think Alana Albee showed us photographs of some of the animals, with mold on them. And we moved to get those animals that we could physically get out of there, and we haven't done that. And that's not a bad person, but we said to ourselves we were going to get those animals stored in the wintertime, and we haven't done that. We put a cover over them, and that doesn't help actually. So we're going to have to deal with a couple of these things.
I think some of them were stored at the houses of people who supported the Libby, used to be the Friends of Libby.
Yeah.
Now I'm not quite sure where it is. But I think there's no doubt about it. There is something we need to look at in terms of the collection.
I might be wrong, which is probably correct, but I think what happened is there were exhibits loaned into the Libby by people, and they took them home.
No, there were some things that were they didn't want. The big, as we know, the big animals, they don't take in and out.
Right.
So it was some
All I
of
know
the
is
smaller stuff.
I asked the individual down there, you've been storing these things off-site, and he said no. So we can sort that out. But I mean, those are the things we need to just kind of get our fingers around. Okay? You're looking at me confused, Jim.
Yeah, I was under the impression that those were taken off-site to a climate-controlled storage facility for the past 3 years, so they're not going as news to me, and I thought we were paying the invoices for them.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that wasn't a gotcha. That was just, what I asked. I said, these things, no, that's fine. Okay.
Anything else? Can I have a motion to come?
Could we get back on the agenda week after next? Do you think Quantum will be back to us by then?
Like I said, I just got the report.
Yeah.
I mean, their quote the end of today, so I would have a chance to look at it.
Okay.
Paul, if you are ready, just let me know.
I will.
Let
Thank
Amy
you.
know.
Thank you.
Or Amy know, and get the backup, and
That's
we'll put
fine.
it right on.
Thanks. Yep.
Okay?
Yep, thank you.
Anything else? Can I have a motion to come out of the Libby Museum meeting and go back to the regular meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Brian, and then Paul. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, other business. I sent out to the board some information from our rules of procedure, and I want to know whether the board supports me saying that if a material or request to be on the agenda is not in by Wednesday at noon, that it has to go on to the next agenda, and then they have until Friday to get all the backup information to Amy so she can get it in our packet, and it would be Friday morning. And this is the only reason I'm saying that this is in our rules of procedure. We're not doing that. Things get on the agenda. We get material Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah,
I just want, if you don't want to do it, that's fine. I can go the other way, but then we need to go back and change our rules of procedure. So how would the board like to proceed?
So there's been times when things were emailed to me and I just didn't know that they got there. You show up at a meeting and you don't have the document. If it comes on a Wednesday morning. So I agree with you, Linda. And I guess unless it's an emergency situation, it shouldn't change. And I think the emergency situation should go to the chair, and the chair should determine, okay, this is an emergency, I'll let it on the agenda, or I won't.
I think that's somewhere's in here, saying it's the town manager and the chair who decides whether it's emergency.
So as long as we follow this procedure, we're okay.
Linda, I completely agree with what you're doing. In fact, when you popped that out the other day, I said, geez, I'm the felon, because I was going to have a last-minute information on the Libby. And I said that would be a little
It just is hard
improper. So I agree. Wednesdays, pencils go down on things. And if there's an emergency, I think the chair and the town manager decide whether that makes sense. But the pencils go down, and that avoids, I think, the concern that some people have, me included, of, I have no context. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. And then, but let's make a decision because we're at the cold face. If it's important, it should be planned ahead. So I support what that keeping us on that rules of procedure.
Brad?
Yeah, I'm in favor of continuing on with the way it's written in our rules of procedure and following those directives.
Yep.
Same, Dave? Okay. We'll move the other business I have. I'd like to give the public a little information on the cyanobacteria outbreak on June 11th. I received a photo from Fred Kane showing me a yellow-green scum on the water at Cary Beach. I emailed 3 water samplers from Wolfeboro Waters Assessment Subcommittee to see if anyone could get a sample at Cary Beach. Warren Muir responded and collected a sample. He tested the sample and it came back positive. Using the Wolfeboro Waters notification process, he contacted Central Dispatch and DES to inform them of his findings. This whole process took 1 hour. A sample was taken to DES, who confirms Warren's results and placed a cyanobacteria warning on Cary Beach. And I think most of you know that there have been and continue to be cyanobacteria warnings and alerts all over Lake Winnipesaukee and other lakes in New Hampshire. And in fact, the executive director of the Wentworth Watershed Association was driving through Tuftonboro and saw that there was a scum at 19 Mile Bay and took that sample back to the Wentworth Watershed Lab and also found out it was cyanobacteria, and that was also sent to DES. Cyanobacteria has been here forever. The key nutrient for cyanobacteria in fresh water is phosphorus. Warm weather, less ice coverage, sun, heavy rain all contribute to the cyanobacteria outbreaks. But we can't do anything about these elements. But we can address stormwater runoff, promote having well-kept septic systems, suggest rain gardens, educate people to use phosphorus-free fertilizer, and to use less salt in the winter. For more information, you can visit the town website, go to Wolfeboro Waters page, and this will have a lot of our test results there, and it also will link you to our newsletter. You also can go to the Lake Winnipesaukee Association website and the Wentworth Watershed Association website. They also have material on cyanobacteria and how to, some things that you may be able to do on your own property. I want to let people know that tomorrow at 4 o'clock, the Lake Winnipesaukee Association is going to have a seminar on landscaping, which should be very interesting. Does anybody else have any other business? Brian?
On that same note, I've been contacting our state senator and state representatives, and I'm setting up a meeting to discuss all the bills going forward that will address water quality issues and boating issues in the lake.
Thank you. That's important that that's done. If you need any support, I'll help you. Any other business? Town manager?
Oops.
Yo.
Big item, we've had a couple of workshops relative to job descriptions, et cetera. We did meet last meeting in public where I disclosed to the board our plan going forward. That plan is as follows. We are currently advertising for the position of a finance director. We do know that our finance director has a retirement plan, and that retirement plan is going to sneak up on us very quickly. We've experienced what occurs when we have a finance director who comes in who has no experience in the system and doesn't understand some of the cyclical items that take place. So the thought process here is that if we can get somebody on board, Casey will have the time to be able to train this individual in many of the cyclical items that take place in the budgetary auditing process moving forward. If we are able to find a successful candidate in the interim, Casey will move to, our existing finance director, Casey, will move to the assistant town manager position, but still have her hands in the finance role. The other position that we have currently posted is Deputy Director of Public Works, and we are still evaluating the concept of town engineer, project manager, et cetera. But we'll see how this sugars off as we move forward. By doing this, we're staying within existing budgets, which is important, and we're essentially will be filling 3 roles with the process of filling 2 positions, so there's some economies there. Short of that, that's the bulk of what I have to offer. I think the rest of it was contained tonight in the meeting.
Okay. Committee reports. I'll start here with you, Dave.
Yeah, the only one I've had is Conservation Commission meeting.
Okay. Brad?
See, I had a Wolfeboro Community TV meeting this morning. Last night we had a planning board meeting, which is a work session, which entertained discussions about short-term rentals, conservation, subdivision regulations, and multifamily housing in our ordinances and stuff. So that was it for me.
Paul?
My committees are not very active. Friends of Libby have not met recently. We did, however, the other night, with Jim's sponsorship, we joined Breeze Line for a conversation about the, and Brian was with us as well. It was a very well-mannered meeting. I think we probably at some point need to brief the public about what Breeze Line's future plans are. We're not going to do it now. We sent them a bunch of questions. They answered the questions, and then we had a call with the Breeze Line contract committee. It was good. Learned a lot. But there are some implications of what their new business plan or what their business plan is all about that are going to have direct effects on people's internet access and content bills. So we're going to get together. I think we got to post up another meeting for week after next or something, Jim, something like that. Yeah, and we charged the committee to contemplate what had been discussed the other night with Breeze Line. They have a copy of the contract. We'll then visit again, and then we're going to have 2 public hearings and let you all at it. But before those public hearings, I think it might not be a bad idea for one of us to tell you what's on their mind, so that you can come prepared to give some input. And then Libby, Brad and I have been doing the Libby situation. Thanks. Over to you.
So I was at that cable franchise meeting, and it was, I explained to them about how I've talked about going or thought about going to the IP version of cable TV instead of the legacy version, but I found no financial benefit. Actually, I figured that it cost me more. We asked them at that meeting, and they said that they would be instituting some cost changes, that you would have to have certain programming. To get certain programming, you're going to have certain internet levels, which is going to be an expense to people. And it was very interesting that, and I almost took it as a little insulting. I got a phone call and a voicemail message from Breeze Line's, one of their top brass, that said, let me review your plans and let's see how we can help you. And that didn't sit incredibly well with me. But then other than that, I had a senior lunch, and at the senior lunch, there was a huge discussion at the senior lunch about the South Main rebuild, which was very, very informative. Then I had a Heritage Commission meeting, and we went over the Heritage Awards, which were extremely successful. And the Heritage Commission is contemplating joining Lake Winnipesaukee Day. They just don't know if an event like that fits their mantra, but they're thinking of ways they can. And, I had a meeting with Hunters. I went down and talked to the people at Hunters just to find out about their, how the final stretch is going for their opening and everything last week. And it was a very, very good meeting.
Okay, I attended the New Hampshire Lakes Lake Congress. That was an all-day event, and they had a lot of presentations about cyanobacteria. I oversaw the chemical treatment in Back Bay. I attended a Whitegate Road meeting with the Public Works Director, the Director of the Lake Winnipesaukee Association, and Stantec, to see if we could come up with some some changes and make some or get something that the residents will agree will solve the problems taking place in Whitegate Road. I presented the town's projects to the quarterly chamber meeting. I went down to Harvest Market and got the scholarship check and thanked them. And I went to the Lakes Region Planning Commission's annual meeting, and they just released a plan on sidewalks and bike trails, and I attended the EDC meeting, so did Brian.
Oh, I forgot my EDC meeting.
I know. Is Alyssa on tonight? No? Okay. Public input.
Let me see if I can remember what I was going to say.
It is late.
What?
It is late.
Cyanobacteria, a number of people have said to me, Ann, what do I do? So I think the 4 o'clock thing tomorrow is a lot of answers, and it's bad. We knew it was coming. It's bad. and it's stormwater runoff, it's mild winters, and that stuff isn't going away. So anything we can control is really, really important. My other thought was, if you are going into a lease agreement where the other party isn't responding or isn't behaving, why give them 2 years? Consider 1, consider 6 months.
Any other public input? No. Okay. You do. All right.
Bobby Budman. Can you guys grab your financial packets from Casey, your revenue report and your expenditures? And I know this was like way 3.5, 4 hours ago, just because I want you to be able to see what I'm talking about. I know that a few months ago when Chuck was here and you guys were asking about revenue and nobody was sure about revenue, and I pulled up the number and talked about how some of the revenue that's being accounted for is actually taxpayer funding. Is it really, can we call it revenue if we're renting our own ice time, but then we're not selling that ice time? So Brian alluded a little bit to this evening. If you go to page 10 of the revenue report, we're talking about 51% we're saying that we're at revenue. And I just want to point out that $105,000 of that coding is saying it was donations. However, that $105 was a check from Brewster Academy. Is that not correct?
That was for the locker room fit up.
That's right.
It was a pass-through.
But we paid for it.
No, they paid for it.
No, we paid for it in advance. This was them paying us back.
We paid for it in advance, yes.
And this is them paying us back. So how is that a donation?
What?
Just curious. It's going towards revenue.
My understanding is you have to put things on both sides of a ledger.
That's right. Great comment, Linda. So let's now look at the expenditures. Page 38. Can someone point out to me where that $105,000 is then on the opposite side?
38 of the revenue report.
I'm just having a hard time with the fact that we're telling the taxpayers that we have revenue at a rink, and it's an enterprise fund. And if the taxpayers are funding this enterprise fund till it gets off the ground, then that's great. But we have to be transparent, and we have to be honest about these funds.
So if you look at the Whalen report, 105 in for revenues.
Which page are you on, please?
The Whalen revenue report.
Oh, I don't have that.
Okay,
Would you please email that to me?
certainly.
Thank you.
Bob, I had the same question when that came up 3 or 4 last time Casey gave the report. I said, so I see revenue coming in, but I should see an offsetting expense. And she drew my attention right to the bottom. So it's 105 in, 105 in, dollar in, dollar out.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking, and you're having a different report. I'm looking at your expense report, and on your expense report, that is not under that hockey rink.
On page 35 of our individual report,
So 35,
my page 35 is park maintenance. That's where I'm having trouble. I can't get to where you are.
I'm just asking. Okay, so I want to go back to just the revenue then. So if you can send it to me and show me where we're showing, but the offset on the expenditure, should it be listed as revenue? And should that be listed as revenue for Whalen if we, the taxpayers, spent that money first? How is that a donation? So that's just my first question. My second question is going to go back to that ice time. we are listing $100,000 of town ice time rental. So the taxpayers are paying $100,000 to rent the ice. But we only sold $25,000 in that expenditure. So we still have $75,000.
No, she pays it quarterly. It goes over out of our general fund to the enterprise fund. The town's money goes over quarterly. Is how she pays that.
That's
and
right.
All that is listed. Well, you were on the budget committee. It
That's
was
right.
itemized exactly on what we were paying for and how many hours in that budget.
That's right. That's why I want to point it out again. We are having estimated revenue of $100,448 that we're saying the town is renting this ice time.
Correct.
But we're only making so far, and I know that we have sort of 3 more months at the end. So we've made 25 at the beginning. We could possibly make 25 at the end. I don't know if people will, if that's how it usually works with October, November, and December. But we're only at 25,000, and we're renting $100,000 of ice time. So that is not our revenue. That the taxpayers are funding this. This isn't revenue coming in. And I feel like we have to be honest with this enterprise fund, where we're propping it up, so the taxpayers understand that it's not necessarily an enterprise fund, because $105,000 we paid in advance to build locker rooms is not a donation. That's paying the taxpayers back. And then our ice time of $100,000, if we're not using that ice time, it's just the taxpayers buying ice time.
My understanding, we are using that ice time. She pays it over quarterly. That's how she does it. She does all those payments, all administrative payments from enterprise funds back to the general fund, go to the administrative allocations, get paid by the enterprise fund to the general fund quarterly. That's how she does it.
Great. So January, February, March, when did the ice rink close?
The January, February, March, then this
when did we remove the ice?
March 31st.
But great. So the first quarter was paid at $25,000.
But that's not how she pays it.
But that's the first quarter. You just told me she's paying it quarterly.
But it's not based, Jim. We do not. The enterprise fund does not bill the general fund for all the ice time. She just, $100,000 based on what's in the budget, all those hours are there, that she pays it out quarterly. And I think somebody asked that question.
Yeah.
But there's no ice time in April, May, June, July, August,
Can I take a whack at
September.
that?
You want to go at it?
Can I take a whack at that?
Yeah, go whack away.
This may not answer your question, but this is the way I've processed it.
Yeah.
Okay. The town has, and I don't know if it's a policy, but it comes pretty darn close to being a policy. There's been a policy here that we would prepay for ice time at the Pop Whalen facility, $100,000 a year. It's been going on, not because it's been going on a long time does it make it right, but it's been going on for forever, right? The Pop Whalen is an enterprise fund. We may not think it's performing as an enterprise fund, but it is. Just like Barry Muccio's got an enterprise fund, Water and Sewer an enterprise fund. In many respects, that's an arm's length transaction that takes place between the town and that enterprise fund. So, there's a prepayment that goes over to the Pop Whalen. If they sell that ice time, great. If they don't, then that, to your point, that increment goes right into their profitability. Okay? Hang on. Goes into their profitability. Covers their expense is another way to look at it. All right? And this is the way it is. If people say that's a bad idea, well, that's fine. That can be changed. The question that I keep looking at with the Pop Whalen, I kind of park that one over on the side. When I look at the Pop Whalen, I look at the ability of this enterprise fund to just generate revenues without I wouldn't say a crutch, but without a subsidy. That's a subsidy, all right? And in the conversations I've been having with Chuck to say, are you able to do it on the revenue side? I think there's a theory there. Do I like the mix of revenues? Well, that's between Jim and Chuck to figure that out, whether the revenue mix is right. On the expense side of the Pop Whalen, this thing is heavily dependent on running that arena. If that ice arena isn't performing, or when it does perform, the burn rate goes right up. All right. So, as I look at this, there's nothing in here. And by the way, there is an administrative allocation that gets charged, so some of that money comes right back to the town. We get to do that because it's an enterprise fund. So when I look at that whole thing, I'm not troubled by the subsidy. At some point in time, if this thing gets a flywheel effect going, like Mr. Muccio does, we could have a conversation that says, let's reduce that subsidy. But I'm not troubled by that right now.
I'm not troubled by a subsidy
good.
either, but I think that
There's nothing being hidden.
But
here.
we have to be honest with the taxpayer that we're paying this subsidy, that this is not real revenue. This is taxpayer funded, and that's all I'm pointing out is that $105,000 paying us back is not a donation.
It gets booked on, if we were running an accounting business, you would book that as prepaid revenue. That's how it would be booked. Okay? That's how it gets booked from an accounting point of view. It doesn't get booked as anything other than that. And there's no offsetting expense. It's the way it works. I may be wrong, but then when the auditor comes in here, ask the auditor, tell me how you classify that number up on the top. And the auditor, I can't speak for an auditor, but I would look at it as a prepaid revenue expense coming from the town to the enterprise fund.
Okay.
What I would love to see is the hours that are actually used and the hours that are not actually used, where we're renting the ice and they sit vacant. And
that's your point.
And how much monies are collected for the hours that are used by citizens of the town for us. It would just give us a good idea of what our net is, how much we, of the $105,000 that we pay for ice rental, are we utilizing our funds as good as possible? Sure. Are we, if we're paying for ice at 9 o'clock every Tuesday, and there's never been a person that skated at 9 o'clock on a Tuesday, well, then maybe we don't need to rent that hour. I don't know. Or do we just want it available because people have to have it at their disposal if they want to skate?
I just want it transparent. That's
So
what I'm asking
the
for.
renovations they are listed under the renovations line on page 70 of the Pop Whalen report for expenses. And you'll see a budget adjustment of $105,509, which took place on that. And it's booked as an expense under building repairs and improvements. And under the revenues page, it is again listed under page 5 as a Pop Whalen donation of $105,509. So they are on both sides of the revenue and
That's right.
expense report.
So that's two different things.
But it's not a donation.
I'm sorry?
It's just not a donation.
This Board of Selectmen accepted $105,000 as a donation for upfitting of the locker room. It is a donation.
That happened in a public meeting.
We paid for it first, so it's paying us back.
It offsets a cost.
We do that with everything. We do that with everything. Because the contractors are working for us.
Okay. I just want to be clear about revenue and what a donation is and what revenue is and what our enterprise fund is actually generating. I mean, we have a gold mine over there if we do it right, and I think we all have invested in it, and I think we want to see it succeed, but we have to be honest so we're propping it up properly and not on, like, in the books propping it up, but propping it up and helping it succeed. That's all. Thanks.
Right.
Any other public input? Hearing none, can I have a motion to go into non-public?
Second.
Okay, Paul, Brad?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm yes, Brad. Okay.